Jumping right into the action here. First hand from Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. You can see Johnny folded a 10-6 there in seat 3. And it's folded around to RGV Striker with the pocket 7s. Who's going to raise it up?
Huh? So we know you don't got your answer. Yes. Not that I have.
So let's see if anybody makes the call. Picking up a call from Eli. Picking up a call from CC Drew. Eli outflopping the pocket 7s. He's going to check. Let's see if RGV Striker puts on a continuation bet. He does. That's a third of the pot.
Heads up action.
RGV Striker looking for a 7. There's one left as one has been folded. Let's see what Eli does here. Going to check again. I think RGV Striker is going to check back here knowing his opponent has a king or a 10. He does just that. And action is on Eli. Looks like he's going to bet his 10 as he does have 3 pair, puts out 25. RGV Striker might call him here, curiosity call. Yeah, he's going to pay him off, and I totally understand. I could see somebody betting an ace here as well. But Eli did have the 10, get him max value. But I do understand the call as it is Eli's first time playing on the stream. So RGV Striker calling to get some information. And that's going to take Eli into the leaderboard winning the first hand. Eli in seat 1 buying in for $500. You can see he's already up $70. Seat number 2, we have Corpus Christi Drew. He is in for $500. Seat 3, also playing on the stream for the first time, we got Johnny. Johnny in for $662. Seat 4, we have Alo. He's in for $500. T-Rich in seat 5, in for $300. There is a button straddle. Action starting to the left of the button as it will go folded around to T-Rich, who has some suited Broadway cards. And looks like he's going to put on a raise here. Looks like $20. RGV Striker making the quick call with his suited Broadway cards. And Eli going to be defending with the 10-4. So 3 ways to the flop we go. 2 of these players involved in the first pot. And pretty big flop here as we have something for everybody. Flush draw for T-Rich, who was your initial raiser. And it looks like he's going to continue on with the C-bet. RGV Striker with the top pair. And then we have Eli with the gut shot. Maybe. Yeah, I could see him calling the 30 here, closing the action with the gut shot. Let's see if he does. Now, there are 2 hearts on the board. So, might be worried about the 2 of hearts not being an out. He did win the first hand, though, but he is going to let it go. And to the turn we go. You can see T-Rich outs on the top.
We got heads up action to the turn.
And he's going to hit the flush right away. The board does pair. So he is going to slow it down. And a quick bet from RGV Striker, 55. Don't think it's going to get T-Rich to fold. You can see T-Rich already cutting out the call as RGV Striker is now drawing. Oh, T-Rich put it on the raise. Really strong raise here. He's only leaving himself with $100 behind. So T-Rich not scared of the full house. And he's going to take down the pot. So RGV Striker involved in the first 2 pots of the night. RGV Striker losing both pots. As we have another straddle on. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty action game tonight. All right, so seat 6, We have CMC. He's in for 500. Seat 7, RGV Striker. He was in for 300. You can already see he already lost over half his stack. Then in seat 8, making his stream debut is Poppy Clark. And then in seat 9, we have Goose. Johnny with the suited connectors. He's in the small blind. He's going to be calling the $10 straddle. As it is folded around to CMC, he lets it go. Poppy Clark in with the suited king. Goose will let go of his cards. CC Drew will check his options. And we will go 3 ways to the flop. $33. Larry Bird. And it's going to be another ace-high flop. Johnny going to lead right out, bet his flush draw, $25 bet. Don't know if Drew's going to call here with with middle pair. And Drew is going to take a card off. He actually has the best hand right now, but you can see Johnny has the best equity. And Johnny hits one of those cards, hitting the 10. So bet when he had the flush draw, now he has a pair and a flush draw. And now he's going to put on another bet. This should get the job done against Drew here. Only a $40 bet. Drew might get curious. Puts his opponent on an ace, doesn't put him on a 10. But he is going to try to hit a 6 or a 7. You can see he only has 2 outs. And let's see if Johnny continues on here. Going to be hard to bet the 10, but it's going to go check, check. Johnny thinks his opponent has the ace, but the 10 is going to be good. So Johnny with the win. Welcome to the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, as we have our weekly 1-3 stream. $1, $3 are the blinds. We have seen some straddles to open it up, and CMC will put on the under the gun straddle, quickly followed by a double straddle from RGV Striker. And I said this earlier, it does seem like it's going to be an action game tonight. You never exactly know how the stream is going to play out. You just kind of have an idea based upon the players and their playing style and everything like that. So we have Poppy Clark, as he has the pocket fives, will just be calling the $12. CC Drew raising it up to 30 here with the Dolly Parton, working 9 to 5. CMC with the Queen 10 offsuit, defending his straddle. RGV Striker, a little surprised. I thought he might have gone all in there, but he just makes the call. He actually has the best, I was going to say the best hand, but Poppy Clark actually has the best hand right now. Oh, and CMC going to hit trips right off the bat. It looks like it's going to go check around. Ace on the turn. Let's see if CMC bets his trips now, and he does. And that's going to get the job done. So CMC will show the 10. And those are his actual initials. His first name's Conway. Those are his actual initials. Unlike the football player CMC, those are kind of his initials because it's Christian McCaffrey, but McCaffrey's just the last name. They put 2 letters for the last name there. RGV Striker putting on the double straddle last hand. We'll put on the single straddle this hand. You are allowed to straddle under the gun up to half your stack. Under the gun does have priority. If under the gun chooses not to straddle, then the button will be able to straddle. There is a limit on the button, as there's a $10 cap on the button straddle.
You have cash? I need a bar.
So Goose going to call the straddle with the pocket fours. Corpus Christi Drew raised it up last hand, and he's going to raise it up again. This time he has 40% to a royal flush, Queen 10 of spades. And it's going to fold around to Goose, who will be making the call with the best hand. But you can see Corpus Christi Drew actually has the best equity right now based upon the cards that have been folded. That's one of the good things about the action tracker. It knows which cards have been folded, and it can give a more accurate percentage. So normally you have 2 overcards and a pocket pair. The pocket pair will be favored. But you can see that was not the case here, as there was a 4 that had been folded, so that factored in to the equation. So I believe Drew checked the flop, which is a little weird, but now he's going to bet the turn, and he will take it down. Put Corpus Christi on the board for the night. So you can see the stacks there on the bottom. Don't know if finish going around the room, but in seat 8, we have Poppy Clark. He was in for 300. And in seat 9, Goose was in for 500. No straddle this time. Poppy Clark going to let go of Motown, as Goose is going to limp with the suited connectors. Oh, ace queen for Johnny. He's not going to limp. He's going to make it, looks like 15. It's actually 20. There's a chip that was stuck. Oh, T-Rich with the queens. Here comes the 3-bet. Probably to somewhere between 70 and 90. 70 and 100, I would say. Oh, it's a small 3-bet. Goose is going to call here. The overcall for Goose. And now Johnny might think about putting on a 4-bet here. Now that Goose is in the hand. But Johnny does know that 3-bets are rare in lower stakes. So 3 ways to the flop we go. Uh-oh. So Goose missing the flop. He will check. Johnny hitting top pair. I think he's going to check to the 3-better. And let's see how much T-Rich bets here. 169. Oh, T-Rich checking. Tricky, tricky. To the turn we go. And Goose picking up spades now. I think Johnny's going to bet here, especially with the 2 flush draws on the board. It is a small bet of 65. And I think T-Rich is going to raise now. There are 2 flush draws, very draw-heavy board. And he does announce the raise. Looks like another small raise here. I think he said 165? No, 170. Goose is thinking about calling with this flush draw, but I don't think he should. Doesn't mean that he won't. Yeah, Goose will let it go. And Johnny, who's actually drawn dead. Wow, he's going to make a good fold. T-Rich shows him the kings. So a nice fold there by Johnny. I don't know if he watches the stream or not. T-Rich has played on the stream before, and it's very rare that T-Rich gets out of line. And I think Johnny knew this information And based upon the line that T-Rich took, it just looked really, really strong. And that's exactly what it was. Johnny put it together pretty quick. Little surprised on his 3-bet sizing. Went from 20 to 55. I thought he might go somewhere between 70 and 100. And it did bring along Goose, his 3-bet. Goose put it on the straddle. Eli. Pretty sure that's a Canelo hat. Canelo Alvarez, the boxer. First I thought it was a California Angels hat, but they're not even called the California Angels anymore. RGV Striker counting out chips like he's going to raise, and he's going to do just that. 9-10 offsuit. Immediate call from Goose, and that's going to price in Alo, and it's going to price in CMC. So 4 ways we go. RGV Striker going to need a lot of help here.
We got 4 players to the flop.
2 players with a 10, 2 players with an ace, and it comes queen high. RGV Striker has less than a pot-sized bet left here. It does go check around. Deuce on the turn. That's going to give Goose some outs, as now a 5 will make him a straight. It's going to go check around again. Is the ace-8 going to play? The ace-8's going to play, right? So the queen hasn't registered. There's the queen, and there's the check mark. So almost $100 pot going check down 4 ways all the way to the river. And let us check on the chat, because we do have some chatter on the chat. Yeah, so we got Fletcher, who has played on the stream before. And he's said he should have been here. And, of course, the easiest way to get on the list is through Poker Atlas. No straddle this hand. Action's going to be under the gun in seat 1, so that's going to be Eli. Won the first pot of the night. It's going to let go of his cards. CC Drew does the same. Johnny folded around to T-Rich. He lets him go. CMC just won the last hand. He is going to call with the 2 face cards, the Queen Jack offsuit. And Poppy Clark going to be putting on the 3-bet with the suited ace. Oh, this is an interesting flop. Top pair for Poppy Clark, but you could see that CMC is actually favored, as he does have a heart, and he also has some backdoor straight draws. Poppy Clark still out in front, and he's going to put out another 20. CMC is going to be making the call, as he does have top pair and a flush draw. So he's looking for a queen, a jack, or a heart. 9 are left, and he's going to miss everything. And Poppy Clark with a small $15 bet. So getting max value there with the ace-jack. It is his first time playing on the stream. The sizes were a little bit small, but I do know he plays a lot of tournaments, and that's one of the big difference between the cash game and the tournament is your bet sizing. A lot of times in a tournament, especially late in the tournament, you see players essentially put it on a min race, and that is normally going to get a lot of folds. And then here at the cash game table, the min race is pretty much going to get everybody to call. So $10 under the gun straddle from CC Drew, he has a suited ace, and it is folded around to T-Rich. T-Rich cut it out some chips, had kings last time, and he wakes up with the ladies this time. So he's raising it up to 35, sizing it up 3.5x the raise, and he's going to get a call from the straddler. So heads up to a flop we go, and an ace right on the flop. It does go check, check. Jack on the turn, that's going to give T-Rich some more outs, and CC Drew checks once again. His kicker's no longer playing. He's playing aces and tens with a jack kicker, but he should be making the call here. So looking to avoid a queen or a king on the river. And he does just that. I think he's going to check again. As he really only beats a bluff right now. Yeah, he does check again. And T-Rich going to wave the white flag and see his opponent indeed had the ace. So Drew playing on our stream last week, joining us tonight from Corpus Christi, which is considered South Texas. Basically anything south of San Antonio's. Technically San Antonio, South Texas as well, but San Antonio is one of the 10 largest cities in the United States. So they're just San Antonio, in my opinion. But anything south of San Antonio, South Texas. Corpus Christi located in South Texas. Rio Grande Valley, also in South Texas. So one of Johnny's cards not streaming. Alo with the aces takes it up to 20. CMC calling with the king, queen. Oh, and Eli won the first hand out of the small blind. Now he's going to play the 5-6. And we are going 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to be top set for Alo. Bunch of diamonds. Nobody has a diamond. He's going to put out a continuation bet here. I don't think it's going to be too large. Going to be 30, so less than half pot. Should get the job done. Eli does have the 5-6, and he'll get rid of it. Drew will do the same, and Aldo will pick up his first hand. So Corpus Christi, the largest town in the Coastal Bend area. Coastal Bend area on the Gulf Coast, basically between Houston and Brownsville. Coastal Bend area, also home to Kingsville. Of course, they're known for the King Ranch, largest ranch in the United States. At one point, it's been split up a couple of times, and it's still pretty monstrous. Coastal Bend area, also home to Robstown, Texas, which is actually the birthplace of Texas Hold'em. So obviously, Texas Hold'em, called Texas Hold'em because it was invented in Texas, but more specifically, invented in Robstown, Texas. 3 ways to the flop we go, and it's going to be 3 5s for Eli. And it is Johnny leading out here with his 6. Eli thinking about raising, and he will. Small raise. Johnny making a good fold earlier against T-Rich. And he'll make a good fold again. So it'll be Eli taking the pot. Eli actually lives here in the city of Edinburg, one of the many cities and towns that make up the area known as the Rio Grande Valley. Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley, located in Edinburg, Texas. And Eli living here in Edinburg, Texas. Population of just over 100,000. Corpus Christi Drew putting on the button straddle. It is $6 minimum, $10 max, and he's going to go with the max. And it's going to draw folds from everybody except CMC. CMC with the computer hand. And it's kind of fitting as he is in the IT business. So I would imagine this is one of his favorite hands. Ace on the flop. Nobody has the ace. There is a queen there, and CMC has the queen. Gut shot straight draw for Poppy Clark. And now it is Eli that hits a straight draw of his own. CMC, you can see his cap. Name of his business is the IT Umbrella Group. So it looks like he's going to get the computer hand to get the win. So if you don't know why Queen 7 is known as the computer hand, Queen 7 offsuit is basically every hand. It is the halfway point. Half of the hands you're going to be dealt are worse than Queen 7, and half of the hands that you're going to be dealt are better than Queen 7.
He's like, I've heard all my life.
So CMC just went in the last hand. He actually had a better hand this time. Queen 7 last time. King 7 suited this time, but he doesn't play it. Goose with the 7-6 offsuit coming in for a raise. And CC Drew going to be 3-betting. This is about the third time within 13 hands that CC Drew has put on the 3-bet. So definitely bringing the aggression tonight. As a matter of fact, he 3-bet Goose last time when Goose had a pocket pair. And these guys are tangling again. Between them, they have a straight. They need a 5 or a 10 for a straight. And of course, you cannot make a straight without a 5 or a 10, either in your hand or on the board. And we have bottom pair versus middle pair. Goose with bottom pair. Drew with middle pair. Both of them will check it. King coming on the turn, 2 diamonds. Goose checking again. And this time, CC Drew will make a bet. Does have the best hand. So let's see if that gets CC Drew in the green. It does. That gets him $25 in the green. So you can see T-Rich, the early big winner. So T-Rich up over $200 in 13 hands. And RGV Strikers on the other end of the spectrum, he's down over $200. No straddle from RGV Striker. Normally he would straddle, but he is getting low on chips. He has less than $100 in his stack. And he will make the fold. So Goose limping with the Jack-9 offsuit. And that's going to get Alo to do the same. Alo really just calling here since he has the button, the power of the button. Going to try to outplay his opponents. He knows he doesn't have the best hand. And it's going to be hard to outplay your opponents when one of them hits top pair and one of them hits second pair. Oh, but he's going to try anyways. So that was the plan. He said, if everybody's limping, I'm going to use the power of the button and try to outplay him. Does not get a good flop to do that. So he actually picks up outs as nobody has clubs and he has a club. It's going to go check around. And it's going to be a full house for CMC. Now, these players started playing right at 7 o'clock. And the high hand was actually $800. There's a promo going on for high hand here at the Texas Card House for the month of February. Progressive nightly high hands, Monday through Friday from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. It started off at $800. At 7 o'clock, it started off at $800. And the reason why is there is a minimum qualifier for the hand. So minimum qualifier for the hand is you have to use both your cards. So take, for example, CMC just had a full house right there. That full house would not have counted for the high hand because he was only using one card. He was only using the ace. Also, it must be aces full of faces. So the minimum high hand has to be aces full of jacks or better. Johnny with the tens. Raising it up to 20, and nobody has anything to call him with.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
All right, forgot about the chat. Yeah, so mentioned Fletcher earlier. Like I said, the best way to make sure you're on the stream is to get on the list via Poker Atlas. Get on the list via Poker Atlas. We got a Goose fan in the chat. Matty G, shouting him out. You be not playing tonight. RG3, who played on the stream last week, this time being a spectator. We do have an under the gun straddle. Goose putting on the under the gun straddle to 12. Looks like Johnny did not scan his cards properly, so he'll get them rescanned. So Eli calling with the suited jack here, essentially under the gun. RGV Striker has the ace, and he's had enough. He's shipping it with the best hand. Or let's see what Goose says. Haven't seen Goose cards. Eli can't call this, but I'm curious on what Goose says. Oh, Goose going all in here with 10 high. So once this clears out, it's going to be about 60-40 once it clears out. There it is, 59-41. So Goose not in terrible shape considering only has 10 high. RGV Striker leading the way right now with the ace high. And we got ourselves the first all-in of the night.
You looked at who? 3. That's all me. 3.
Goose looking for a 10 or a 9. And Goose will not get a 10 or a 9. RGV Striker hitting a straight on the river, but he didn't need it. He didn't need it. So RGV Striker will not have to visit the ATM, at least right now.
My grocery money. It's either that or I don't.
So RGV Striker with the win. As I said, we are live on the YouTube chat. We have chat regular, Phony Turgeson, sending the shout out, reminding everybody to make sure you hit the like button. And Rebel Poker just joining the chat as well. I do realize we are streaming on multiple platforms. As I do know, we're streaming on Facebook. We're also streaming on Twitch. And there's a couple of other platforms that we stream on. The main platform is YouTube, and that is the platform I have access to. I have access to the comments, as you can see. We do flash them up on the screen as long as they're nothing derogatory. And so if you're looking for the chat, you want to do the YouTube chat. Oh, Striker getting some money from Chubbs. Don't know what the money was for.
I'll see you in a bit. What do you mean?
Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. I'll see you in a bit too, Jordan.
All right, 3 ways to the flop we go. 2 players sharing a king. And it's going to be CMC hidden top pair. CMC checking. Everybody checks to him, and he's going to put out about a pot-sized bet here. Looks like 35 into 39. Yeah, so doesn't want any of his opponents to call with big cards. And looks like both his opponents will fold. So give the win to CMC, and he will show the 9. So congratulations, Rebel Poker, for being ranked in the Hendon Mob. So if you don't know what the Hendon Mob is, it's the main site. There are multiple sites, but it's the main site that keeps track of poker winnings from tournaments. The Hendon Mob. So if you know of a poker pro or know of somebody that plays tournaments, you could go on the Hendon Mob and look them up and see what their tournament winnings are. T-Rich taking it up to 35 here with his pocket 8s. Goose with the quick call, 5-6 suited. And Drew does the same with the 8-3. So T-Rich way out in front right now. King and a 10 coming on the flop. They're going to check it around to T-Rich, and let's see if he puts out a continuation bet. He does not. Board pairing on the turn. Let's see if somebody represents the 10. And it looks like CC Drew is going to represent the 10 with 8-3 offsuit. T-Rich going to look back on this and know that he missed out on a continuation bet. T-Rich bets the flop. His opponents will fold, but instead, he's going to get bluffed. But that's what happens. Everybody gets bluffed in poker. Doesn't mean you're a bad player. Doesn't mean you're a good player. It's just part of the game. No straddle this hand, so action will be on Johnny. Johnny actually has a black chip, you can see, on top of his stack there. Black chip worth $100. Oh, some nice little suited connectors here. And he's going to want to play them. He will limp. And a quick raise from Alo here with the king-queen offsuit. Goose on the button, has the ace, and he's putting on the 3-bet. Looks like 45. Eli also has an ace, and he's going to play a small blind again. So he's been to small blind 3 times. He's played a small blind all 3 times. I don't know if that's just a coincidence. So that's going to get a fold from Johnny, and Alo will make the call. We'll go 3 ways to a flop of $141.
Alright, 3 players to the flop.
It's going to be a paired board. Good pot, good flop for Goose to put on a continuation bet. Alo's thinking about betting here. No, he does check, and let's see what Goose does. Goose checks behind as well. Deuce on the turn. All right, Goose. If they check to you this time, you got to bet, buddy. Oh, Eli with a really small bet here. I do like the initiative of putting the bet. I don't like the sizing. $25 into $141. Any ace high is going to be curious. Goose would normally snap call here, but you can see he's running low on chips. He only has about $100 left in chips. But as I said, he's getting too good of a price to fold here, as we will go to a river. Board running out. What does Eli do here? He's going to have to put Goose all in. Oh, and he does just that. Is he going to show? Wow. So Eli's first time playing on the stream. Mental note for me, do not mess with his small blind. He defends his small blind. He bets his small blind. Most of the times you'll see people defend their straddles. I know CC Drew, he likes to defend his straddle. We saw him defend his straddle with 8-3 against the pockets 8s of T-Rich, and he won the hand. So you do see players defend their straddle a lot. You normally don't see players defend their small blind a lot, but hey, everybody plays different. That's what makes this game great. Looks like T-Rich is coming in for the raise. Takes it up to 15. I would imagine he's going to have like ace-jack. Oh. Does not have the ace-jack. It is CMC with the ace-jack. T-Rich with the 9-10 suited. Eli just won the last 10, and oh, is he getting aggressive here? Looks like he's reaching for some raisin chips. Oh, Goose said all in. I did not realize Goose went all in here. Yeah, Eli was thinking about calling with the pocket sixes. CMC's calling. CMC has ace-jack. He is calling, and Goose is not going to be happy. Yeah, CMC just calling the raise from T-Rich, so Goose did not think CMC was that strong. CMC confirming the count. It is over $100. If it was $100 or less, CMC would snap call this. But it is more, but that's still not going to... Yeah, Goose is not happy here. Goose is going to have to get lucky. You can see that CMC is a 2/3 favor. So 2 out of the 3 times. Conway, Matthew, Crocker will win this pot 2 out of the 3 times. So Goose actually wants the board to pair here to give him some more outs. Okay, that's good. A queen or a 10. They chop with a queen or a 10, but it is not. The ace-jack of CMC, and I believe we're going to have our first rebuy of the night. Goose was in for 500, and Goose, who was the big winner last week, Goose winning, I believe, like 1,500 last week, but he is getting off to a bad start this week. So Goose in for 500. He's lost the 500, and he is going to rebuy. Let us see for how much. Yeah, looks like another 5. 520.
There's 500 here. That's not in front of me. That's right across the table. I gotta get it back.
So $10 button straddle from CC Drew. Once again, the CC standing for Corpus Christi.
All right, $10 button straddle.
Just north of Corpus Christi, Coastal Bend area, you have Aransas Pass. And there is some very good fishing. If you are DTF, down to fish. One of the hot spots.
Same time. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, 3 fulls, 4 fulls.
RGV Striker coming in for the raise. Pretty big raise here. 25 has pocket deuces. Oh, so there's $10 straddle. So actually, it's not a huge raise. And as I said, Corpus Christi Drew, he likes to defend his straddles, and he's going to defend this straddle. Don't know what the other card is, but it's probably bigger than a 3. Not the flop you want to see when you have pocket deuces. He is going to check. Oh, that's the turn you want to see. So don't know what CC Drew's second card is. If it's a heart, he has outs. Does RGV Striker just go all in here? It's a $50 bet. He has about 150 in his stack. Yeah, I think this is an all in right here. $50 bet. You got less than 150. You can see he's counting his chips. Yeah, this is just an all in RGV Striker. Let's see if he agrees with me. Oh, he's acting weak. Yeah, this is a really strong move when somebody acts weak and then they raise. So, don't know what CC Drew has, but I'm pretty sure he has 2 hearts. Pretty sure he has 2 hearts. 9-3 of hearts would be a pretty gross hand.
I'm definitely lying.
You're what?
Definitely lying.
So 9-3 of hearts would be a sick hand. I don't know what the second card is. It's definitely a heart based upon his bet and based upon his call. So a heart and he wins as long as it doesn't pair the board. Oh, does he have the 9 of hearts?
Let's see it, partner.
Oh, he did have the 9-3 of hearts. Wow. What a crazy hand. I mean, based upon his bet size and based upon how quick he called, obviously I knew he had 2 hearts. And I was just joking when I said the 9-3 would be pretty sick, and that's exactly what he had. Flopped an open-ended straight draw, turned a flush draw to go with it, and hits it. And RGV Striker avoided the ATM there in his first all-in. He's not going to avoid the ATM now. So the minimum buy-in on the stream game is $300. This is a 1-3 game. We have 3 other tables on the main floor that are also playing 1-3. The big difference is obviously those are not being streamed, but also the buy-in structure is different. It is a $100 minimum buy-in on your normal 1-3 table here at the Texas Card House RGV. On the stream game, the minimum is $300.
We got $6 live straddle, 60 play.
RGV Striker just losing the last 10. A little steam coming with this raise. Takes it up to 20 with the 7-4 offsuit. And the 2 players to his immediate left call. It's folded around to the small blind of T-Rich. Oh, T-Rich with King Kong. And he's going to need to size this up pretty big. You have a $20 raise. You have 2 callers. I might even go 100 here. He's going to go 80. Yeah, so I do like the 80 in position, but being out of position, I thought he should have sized it up, but it looks like it's going to get the job done. It is not going to get the job done.
Yeah, heads up to the flop.
Uh-oh. We got a pretty big pot brewing here. We have top pair and open-ended versus an over pair. T-Rich will put out the continuation bet. Is Goose going to jam? Nobody with diamonds. Goose just making the call. A king would be pretty gross here. Goose looking for a king or an 8. Can also win if a jack comes off. Goose hitting 2 pair. T-Rich hitting the straight. Now it is Goose that's going to need the help. T-Rich checking. There's the all-in. There's the call. Goose looking for a queen or a jack. There's 2 of them left. Burn is down. Burn is down. And there's the 3. So T-Rich going to take it down with the kings. And I'm not 100% sure the promo is still going on. Let me see. I know there was a promo.
Floor.
Let us see here. Yeah, they are calling the floor over. Yeah, all of February. All of February. So this is a pretty cool promo they're doing here for the month of February. It's called the Full of Hearts. So you do get a bonus if you have hearts, and you do get a bonus if you have kings or queens, because of course the king-queen hand is known as marriage. So if you have pocket kings or pocket queens, you receive 1 free hour of play. If you make a flush with hearts, you receive 3 hours. If you make a full house, you receive 8 hours. And then of course the big bonuses are the royal flush in hearts and the straight flush in hearts. Looks like we have a lot of activity in the chat, and I do apologize, as normally I am solo on the chat on the stream, and I am solo, so let's see here.
Yeah, I was like, I want green now. Fuck that.
Dang it. White. I need to look at
Yeah, I think Fletcher referring to the 9-3 of hearts hand. Like I said, I knew he had hearts when he bet and made the call, and I said it would be pretty sick if he had the 9-3 of hearts.
All right, 6 to play, everybody. 6 on live show.
31.
Oh, Goose picking up a big hand at the right time. He just lost to kings, and now he picks up the kings. And it looks, oh yeah, we're gonna have an all-in here. All-in call. Ah! So Goose just lost to kings, pick up kings, makes a raise. RGV Striker thinks that he's steaming. Plus, he has a really good hand here too.
You don't have ace high, do you? Oh, ace king?
So this hand probably would have played out the same, but the fact that Goose just lost the big hand made it play a bit faster. RGV Striker gonna need an ace. RGV Striker will not hit the ace. And Goose will get the double up. And RGV Striker is going to have to go back to the ATM if he wants to continue.
Take a shot. Hey, and what about the chips? It's not even a shot. It's his own fucking concoction. It's alcohol? It's fruit juice.
Floor. King.
And Goose not only going to win the hand, but he's going to get an hour of time. I don't think that gets Goose out of the hole. As a matter of fact, he is still stuck. RGV Striker losing 2 buy-ins. You can see he's down 600. And he's going to have to go to the ATM. I don't know if he's reached his limit yet.
I rebought for 3. I had kings. Ace king. He went
You get to see T-Rich up $702. Of course, that's the area code for Las Vegas. He has just over $1,000 in his stack. He has $1,002 in his stack. Of course, they just announced the full schedule. I'm sure all you poker players already know, but the full schedule for the World Series of Poker has been announced, dropped on Monday. Breaks down all of the events that are taking place. I'm gonna try, depending on work, I do have a full-time job, but I'm gonna try to play the casino employee event. I did verify last year that if you work at a card house in Texas, are you allowed to play the casino employee event? And I was given a yes. Because I do know that anything you do at the casino does qualify you. So take, for example, if you work at a casino and you're a bartender, you can play in the casino employee event. So it's an actual bracelet event. They do it every year. It's an actual bracelet event for the casino employees. But if you work in any facet at a casino, you are allowed to play. I know one year somebody that like worked at the sports book won it, I want to say. So I do not think RGV Striker is buying back. Might have reached his ATM limit for the day. But I do know we have a waiting list.
One calls, two folds, three raises to 15.
$15 raise here from Johnny with the ace-10. All right, I know who that is. I don't know what name they're using, though. So I'll wait for them to select their name. Oh, CMC with the Kings. Nobody's going to call, but he's going to get the hour. Does get the free hour. Keep in mind, this is a promo for the month of February. And from everything that I've seen and everything that I've heard, a lot of people are hitting these bonuses. I mean, these bonuses are getting hit multiple times each hour. These bonuses are getting hit.
What would you like your name and illustrate? You can put yours your regular name or whatever name you want. I always go by Vagabond. Sounds good.
Yeah, so he is going to use his stream name. It's going to be Vagabond.
We're getting a seat 7 right now. Vagabond.
So we are back to a full table. So Rebel Poker going to be playing event 13 and 34. And if you have not heard the other news, Phil Hellmuth announced that he will not be playing in the main event this year. He feels that the days are too long and that it is an unfair advantage for the younger players. He said he's turned 60 this year, and playing 12 hours in a day is just too much. That he is actually protesting. Now he did announce that. I don't know if that's actually going to be true. But he announced earlier this week, well, actually after the schedule came out, that he will not be playing in this year's main event. It is a grind, I will give him that. So Vagabond, first hand, picking up the two face cards, going to be raising it up. And Drew, who put on the straddle, will be defending the straddle. CMC coming along with his natural 9. And it's going to be an ace-high flop. Vagabond going to represent the ace, announcing $20. Drew should be calling. But what's better than calling? Raising. So nice play by Drew. Quick fold by Vagabond. And we are back to a 9-handed table.
Off the ball, Goose?
Huh? Partner, we are certifying one of our new districts tomorrow. So I gotta be up by 5 a.m.
Oh my god.
Oh, actually, I gotta be at the account by 5 a.m. So I gotta be up by
Where's the count?
Walmart Hidalgo, South Jackson. It's about a 30-minute drive from my house.
So Eli in the small blind again for the 4th time. He has defended it the previous 3 times. He's won, I think, 2 out of the 3 times out of the small blind. 5 deuce suited for CMC. He just makes the limp. Vagabond does the same. Goose going to be limping. Does Eli raise? Eli folded. All right. I thought I was starting to figure him out, but he just threw the curveball there. Ace high flop. Nobody with an ace. 2 diamonds. Nobody with diamonds. 2 players hitting a 5. Bobby Clark actually with the best equity right now has 2 overcards and a gut shot. CMC hitting 2 pair. Corpus Christi Drew gonna be betting his 5.
Owner of that bag.
6 calls, 7 calls, 6 calls.
You're in love with the Philippine chips, so I'll take those back.
Dude, they were actually pretty good.
9 calls. Heads up action.
So heads up we go. CC Drew needed an ace or a jack, and he will get the ace. So it'll be 2 pair aces and 5s with a jack kicker. Oh, and he's going to be betting here. Let's see if CMC gets stubborn. He knows that ace is a terrible card for his hand, but he might get stubborn. He's going to get stubborn.
I got a 5.
And Drew actually thinks that he does not win, but he's going to see that he won. As soon as Drew got called, he did not like it. He's all like, I got a 5. But the 5 is the winner. And looks like we have a dealer change coming up. So while they take care of the dealer change, I will remind you about the Texas Card House store, the TCH store. TexasCardHouse.store. There's a QR code that you can scan. Hoodies available. And they got some pretty cool colors online. Also, the hijack. They got those hoodies available as well. And of course, you have the caps. They got the Texas Card House hats. They have the TCH Social hats. And they got the hijack
Is it the same for AGV?
hats. TCH Social. There are 2 TCH Socials. The first one being in the Dallas area, Las Colimas. And then the second one is in Austin. So the Social does have a full-service restaurant, full-service bar. CMC with the suited connectors, raising it up to 20. Oh, CC Drew, here comes the 3-bet. How much is it going to be? I like at least 70. And CC Drew looks 90. You do want to size up when you're out of position. And depending on the players as well, both these players like to see flops. So I can see one of these players calling, maybe both of them. And if CMC calls, that's going to bring in Goose. Yeah, so Goose making the call, and we're going 3 ways to the flop. This is kind of a tricky situation when you have like ace, king, ace, queen, and you miss the flop. What do you do? And he's going to check. Oh, quick fold from CMC. A quick bet by CMC. This is a really strong bet here. He reached for the chips fast. He actually doesn't have that strong of a hand. He has top pair with a straight draw. But at the speed he bet at, it does seem like a really, really strong hand. And Drew does not have a diamond in his hand, does not have a pair. It's going to be hard for him to call here. He does have the best hand. Excuse me, he does not have the best hand.
You from the Bell? No, I'm from Wichita. From where? Kansas.
Drew asking his opponent if he has tens. He's got worse than those hands. Oh, CMC gonna show.
God. 6 was good.
The 6 was good, but everybody thought he had a much stronger hand. So I don't know if CMC did that on purpose, but the way he bet, it seemed like he had a much stronger hand than he did. And he's going to take down the pot. And that's going to take him up to over $400 in profit. $10 butted straddle for Corpus Christi Drew.
Not a good start. Or 6. Interesting.
Johnny making the call.
Barreling 3 with flush. Epic.
Vagabond making the call with the suited connectors. Bobby Clark getting out of the way. Folded around to Drew. Oh, and he's got a good hand here. Just had ace queen and he lost. Now he has ace king. Johnny gonna make the fold, but Vagabond does not. And we're going heads up to a flop. CC Drew does have a better hand this time, but more importantly, he has position. And he's gonna get out flopped again. It does go check, check. Vagabond picking up a straight draw to go along with his top pair, and he's gonna bet 75. CC Drew not ready to give up on the ace-king just yet. And it's going to be a straight for Vagabond. And now he's going to size it up.
For sure, he's worked there, he's definitely there.
And a terrible run out for CC Drew. He will make the fold.
2 actually.
So ace-queen suited, followed by ace-king, both times. CC Drew raising it up, and both times he misses the flop. His opponent outflops him. He's still in the green.
He took that one plus 1.5. I know it just started, but
No straddle this hand. So action's going to be on a CMC. Has the Doyle Brunson. He will get rid of that. Vagabond representing the Chicago Blackhawks. That's a hockey team if you're not familiar. Johnny representing the Commanders. That's a football team. T-Rich making the call with the better ace, and we are going heads up to a flop. Oh, CC Drew hitting some clubs. Was your pre-flop raiser. Should put out the continuation bet. And And that should get the job done. And does.
Yeah, I said, what, 3 cases of a $75 product? It's $200. I don't know how much you bet. That's not on me. You bet 5?
As I said, we are live on the YouTube chat. I do think I've shotted everybody out. Fletcher, Maddie, Playground Sports Cards, RG3, Tony Turgeson, Rebel Poker. There was somebody new that I saw. Yeah, so did not shot out. 1 + 1 is 6, but there's your shot out. $10 live straddle. $40 raise coming from CC Drew. Quick call from Johnny with the pocket sevens. Dealer confirming that it is 40. Vagabond getting a good price to call with his suited king. Oh, Eli thought he would call, closing off the action, but he does fold. And we are going 3 ways to the flop. Best hand right now, the pocket sevens. Ace coming on the flop. Vagabond does flop a 5. Let's see if Johnny bets here. He does check. And we're going to a turn. Ace on the turn. That's going to make Johnny feel better about his sevens. Oh, Drew going to be bluffing here. Drew has been the most aggressive player by far, has put on the most 3 bets. Oh, Johnny figures it out pretty quick. Makes the call. Doesn't think Drew has the ace. Oh, and the 7 is going to... CC Drew give it up here. And Goose actually called the 7 before the 7 came out. And Johnny was all like, how'd you know it was a 7? Yeah, Drew just posturing here. He's never calling. Straight got there. Flush got there. He's cutting out caller chips. I don't think he's calling. I think maybe he cut out the caller chips maybe to get a tell on his opponent. He can't call here with king high. Yeah. So give the win to Johnny. First time playing on the stream. He's going to show the full house. And he's showing it to Goose. These players are not mic'd up. However, there are 2 microphones over the table. Whenever you see the overhead shot, the camera, the overhead shot on either side. So that camera on each side of the camera, there are microphones. So you can hear the players speak, all depending on how loud they're speaking. That is dependent on if you're whether. Damn, easy for me to say. Long story short, you can sometimes hear the players talk, and if you rewind, you might be able to hear Goose call for the 7 before the 7 came out. Oh yeah, Maddie did ask about any tournaments coming up. I have not heard, Maddie. I have not heard. I mentioned this earlier that I do have a full-time job. Just call the stream here, so I don't know all of the upcoming events. I know they do have some stuff planned. I don't know if it's big tournaments, big promos. Queen high flop, 2 diamonds. And Goose is going to bet his bottom pair here. Eli cutting out, calling chips. Has middle pair, makes the call. Drew has some plans here. Drew has the ace of diamonds. He's calling to bluff. He's calling the turn here to bluff. But I don't think the bluff is going to work as Goose has picked up a flush draw now. Another small bet here from Goose. Drew's thinking now, can I bluff 2 people? He had a plan. If a diamond came up on the turn, Drew was going to represent the diamond, and now that Eli's called, he's going to get out of the way. Goose is going to need a spade, a 7 or a 4. You can see there are 9 live outs. Oh, that looked like a spade, but it was not. This pot's almost $200. One player with bottom pair, the other player with third pair, and Goose is going to put out another bet. I think it's too small of a bet, but we'll see. As I said, it is Eli's first time playing on the stream. I don't have much history with him. I thought I figured him out with the small blind, but I did not. I think this bet is too small. I think Eli's going to be too curious. Let's see. He's replaying the hand in his head, trying to put the pieces together, trying to figure out if Goose will bet again. The diamonds missed, and that's why I think Eli's going to call. The diamonds missed. So he might put his opponent on missed diamonds. It's close. It's really close. Oh, Goose is going to get it through. He folds really quick, or he mucks his cards really quick. So Goose getting the bluff through. That's the good news. The bad news is he's still down $700. Really, he's only the player. He's really the only player that's down. I mean, 2 other players are in the negative, but they're down $40. So Goose now picking up the 10s, gonna go to 20. Goes to 20. I like the raise. So far, so good, Goose. All right, he is picking up a caller here. The 8-5. Alo calling with the 8-5, Alejandro. Oh, and Poppy Clark just calling here with the ace-jack. Second time that Poppy Clark plays the ace-jack a little slow. Good flop for Goose. No big cards. Continuation bet of 30 or 40? What's it going to be, 30 or 40? It's going to be 25. Aldo calling. Has second pair. Has a backdoor flush draw. Oh, Poppy Clark also calling with his ace-jack. So Goose likes that he has an overpair. Doesn't like he has 2 opponents in the hand with him. Oh, and that is going to be an action card as Goose turns a straight draw. And Poppy Clark now hitting top pair. Quick call from Clark. And Goose is now going to have to get lucky. Runner, runner, 2 pair for Poppy Clark. Yeah, Goose should be a pretty easy fold for Goose here. Straights got there, overpairs got there, flush got there. Yeah, Goose knows he's beat. Sometimes you know you're beat and you still call. I think we've all been there. I think Goose is going to fold. This is too much. Yeah, so Goose makes the fold. And he will show the ace jack.
Oye, lánzale la verga. Que pueda jugar.
Don't forget about the Hijack app. If you are here in Texas, then you can play poker online and earn real cash. You can go by any of the 6 different Texas Card House locations and make a deposit, get set up. You do have to be a member of the Texas Card House. But once you get set up, you are able to play on your phone anywhere in the state of Texas, at home, at work. Oh, Johnny was not at his seat. He would have had ace, king of hearts, and Drew was putting on a move. I thought the 50 was pretty big, but I do understand that there was a button straddle. Is he going to show? No. So Drew up about $100. T-Rich up almost $700. CMC up over $400. And like I said, Goose is really the only one in the negative. RGV Striker not listed. He did lose 2 buy-ins. So that's why there's only 2 players in the red and 7 players in the green. Because one of the players that's in the red lost 600 and is not listed. CMC calling with the 6s. Goose raising it up with the suited ace. CNC Drew, he defends his straddle, not surprised. So we're going 3 ways to a flop. I don't think Vagabond's in the hand. Yeah, he's not in the hand, so they will fold him out, and we will get all of the correct graphics. The graphics are just catching up. So somebody's cards did not scan properly, but now everything is scanned, and the action tracker will catch up. Pretty big flop for CMC. Has pocket 6s and flops an overpair. He also has a straight draw. Goose, your initial aggressor, will continue on with the aggression to the tune of $50. I think CC Drew is done with this hand, but he has been playing really, really aggressive tonight. And CMC with the quick call. Big turn as both Goose and Drew turn a flush draw. Goose is going to slow down now. Drew checks. And CMC has the best hand. Reaching for white chips. Oh, he's going to check. Diamond would be gross. 5 of diamonds would be really gross. Oh, there's the ace. Any 5 makes a straight. So Goose, I think, is going into check call mode here. Yeah. Goose will show the ace jack of diamonds, and Drew's going to be happy that the river was not a diamond. Drew just let it out a sigh of relief that a diamond did not come up. Yeah, sometimes you think you want a certain card, and I believe the saying is, be careful what you wish for. And Drew just letting Goose know that he almost put out a big bet on the turn, and Goose letting him know he would have called him. So sometimes it also happens where you get a bad run out. Well, something that you thought was a bad run out, but it actually winds up saving you money. Where like you flop top pair and somebody flops a set, and then the board runs out with like a flush draw or straight draw, so the action kind of settles down. And you were initially mad that the flush draw came in on the turn, but then you see you were up against the better hand.
Check dark. I have no idea.
CC Drew defending his big blind, and we are going 5 ways to a flop. Bobby Clark with the ace king flopping top 2, and CC Drew needing a 10 for a straight. Bobby Clark getting the massage. Drew calling for a 10, says one time. And let's see if Drew hits his one time. Does not. I actually don't like the call from Drew for 2 different reasons. One is that it's a 4-card straight, so it's very obvious that somebody has a straight. Like if a queen or a 10 comes, it's freezing the action. But also, Drew had no backdoor outs. You can see the backdoor spades get in there. So Drew had diamonds. So if Drew had like hearts, clubs, or spades, and he made that call on the flop, I can get behind it a little bit more. But Drew definitely came to gamble tonight. That call on the flop does take Drew into the negative, but only $54. Under the gun with the quick fold. T-Rich looks like he's going to be raising it up here. CMC just calling. So Drew putting on a move, and he's putting it on at the wrong time. CMC's not folding. I don't think he's going to raise, but he is definitely calling here. So Drew's going to need some help to win the pot outright, but he's got the bluffing in his back pocket. Oh, and that's not going to work as CMC hits top pair. You can see Drew already covering his face. Thinks that he got outflopped. So Drew looking for a 5, an 8, or a 9. Oh, open-ended now for Drew. Looks like he's going into check call mode. It's going to go check, check. Does Drew get lucky? Any 4 makes a straight. Does he represent the 4? Basically has a pot-sized bet left. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. He's represented it. I said it earlier. Corpus Christi Drew came to play tonight. This was the only bet that would work. An all-in bet, and this is what he's doing. I think it's going to work, but CMC, yeah. Yeah, so the dealer asking CMC if he wants an exact count, and Drew is sweating right now. Wow. Whether this move works or not, I tip my hat to Corpus Christi Drew. Oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And
Nice hand. Call was shit, right? Ah, that's an easy call. What do you mean? That was an easy call.
so Drew was saying it was an easy call on the river with top pair, but it was not. That was a very dangerous, scary board.
If he doesn't have a queen, for sure folds. Anything else?
And that is correct. If he doesn't have a queen, he folds.
Ugh.
That's why I called her out myself. I sent a text.
25 gone.
So Drew making a move.
Came out of the bucket. Don't turn it off. 1,000.
And Drew is
Move ahead.
taking out the big gun. He's going to be reloading for 1,000.
Only move I had to win.
I think if you check,
You almost folded, right?
Matt checks also. Matt checks also if you check.
Sometimes you got to go for it.
Right, Matt? He checks, you check? Yeah, because the straight got there. I don't know if the flush, if that was a spade or not.
So they'll probably bring him, greens, mixture of greens and reds.
It takes more than 297.
I believe there was a straddle announced. Was there a straddle announced? I believe it is $10 to go.
Lockdown.
Yeah, so Drew straddled to 10. Excuse me, he straddled to 25.
Oh, baby.
Maybe these players discussed the straddle. Normally it's a $10 max straddle on the button, but I know sometimes for the stream, they'll sometimes raise the stakes for the people. Drew flopping middle pair here. Drew turning two pair. Eli gonna bet $20 here. And Drew will be raising. Unfortunately, Eli's not going to be able to continue here. He just took a stab on the turn, hoping nobody had anything. Drew with the two pair.
They sell that here or you brought that?
Yeah, I brought it from my house.
They sell it here? Oh shit. I did not know that. I really didn't.
So Drew's going to take it down. That'll move the button to seat 3, Johnny. I believe T-Rich is still in the lead on the leaderboard once this hand clears up. So once they reset it, yeah, we won't see the stack sizing because the hand didn't get reset. So not only are the playing cards special, there we go, now it's awarded in the pot, so now it'll cycle through. But not only are the playing cards special, the cut card is also special. So at the end of the hand, the dealer needs to take the cut card and swipe the rectangle box right there, because there is sensors in that box as well. So they will swipe that, and then that lets the computer know that the hand is over. Sometimes the swipe doesn't work out. Looks like CMC ordering a late dinner. Top pair for Vagabond, and he's going to lead out. Corpus Christi Drew with the open ender. Johnny also with the open ender. Eli with middle pair. Something for everybody here. And Drew's going to play his hand aggressive. Johnny's going to fold his open ender. Vagabond with top pair. It says hot and spicy, and it looks hot. Goose does have some backdoor diamonds. I think if he was on his first buy-in, he would gamble here with Drew, but he is already down a buy-in, so I think he's going to fold. But let us see what he does. Oh, he's going with it. Or he's making a call at least. He's actually ahead right now. Let's see what the actual percentages are once everything clears out. Yeah, Goose is ahead 60-40. Oh, what a turn. That's a spicy turn. There's a hot and spicy turn for you folks. Goose turns a flush draw to go with his pair. And Corpus Christi Drew turns the nuts. The best hand possible. The Queen Jack. Already $429 in the pot. Goose with $100 more than that with $529 in his stack. So Drew is betting here. How much is the bet going to be? It looks like $225. Yeah, Goose is just going to have to call here, I think. You don't want to call, obviously. You know your 9 is not good, but you know if you hit your diamond, you're going to be good. Yeah, he's calling. All right. Needs a diamond on the river. Hit the like button if you want to see a diamond. It is not a diamond. Drew's straight gets even bigger. Now he has a 6-card straight. Needed to hit a king or an 8. Hits both the king and the 8. Is this hand too big now for Goose to fold? Because Drew's going all in here. And does Goose call it off? Because once Drew goes all in, it's going to be over $1,000 pot. And he actually did not go all in. Basically went all in, 250. Goose has more than 250, but not much more. Keep in mind, Drew showed a bluff earlier against CMC. He showed the ace-8 earlier. But also keep in mind, he went all in on the river that time. This time he's not going all in. It's essentially going all in. Oh, Goose is gonna let it go. Goose actually called his hand. Goose is saying that he folded a straight, but we know that's not true.
You were good then too.
And if you notice, the dealer resetting with the cut card there. So these are special. These are special playing cards. That's how we're able to see what the players have. All of these playing cards have a special chip. They have a little computer chip. And then in front of each player, you see the circles. Kind of looks like a dartboard, a bullseye. The circle within the circle. Those are the RFID readers. So that's how we know what the players are playing.
All night. All night.
Eli calling here with the king 4 offsuit. Johnny going to be raising it up. Looks like to 25. So Johnny's sizing it up. I think he has seen how these players are playing. I know earlier he was raising it like about 15 or 20, but he does size it up to 25 here.
25, Kansas?
And Drew makes the call. So Johnny getting what he wants, getting one call, being in position. And he's going to get out flopped, but it is not a great flop for bottom pair. He's going to continue here with 35. You can see all the outs he has on the top. Drew with the backdoor flush draw. Bottom pair going to be making the call. 10 of hearts for fun? No, 10 of hearts has been folded. All right, Drew turned 2 pair. He's not going anywhere. The question is, will Johnny continue his story? He does not. Johnny hitting the ace. Ooh, I like a big bet here from Drew. He has 2 pair. Hoping his opponent has the ace. $100, Drew. It's going to be close. 80, 85? Is that 85 or 95? Yeah, Johnny's just gonna have to call it off here, I think, the way this hand was played. You hit your pair, yeah, it's 90. Yep. The crying call. If you've heard the term crying call and don't know what that is, that's what Johnny did right there. So Drew's starting to make a comeback. He does have a long way to go. You can see the dealer resetting with the cut card there. Oh, excuse me. He's actually in the green. With those 2 pots, he is in the green now. Yeah, he bought him for 500 the first time, and he lost that. And he won 2 big pots, and now he is in the green. So nice comeback for Drew. Pocket 5s for Goose. He's going to make it 13. Eli calling. And Drew, he's here to play for sure. So Corpus Christi, located about 2 hours away from Edinburg, Texas. And he did not come down just to play on the stream, although that would be kind of cool. But he does work down here sometimes. And he's going to flop an open-ender. T-Rich flopping top pair. Eli flopping middle pair. And the only player that had a pocket pair to begin with is the player that misses. Everybody else hits something. The player that had the best hand before the flop now has the worst hand. You can see the reader picking up something wrong. As a matter of fact, it picks up 2-4 of diamonds. So all of the percentages are going to be wrong. Yeah, it is an 8 of clubs. We can see. Well, that's a spicy turn. So Drew open-ended, now has a flush draw to go along with it. Keep in mind it is an 8 of clubs. There are no 4 of diamonds. Well, there's 1 4 of diamonds, but there's only 1 4 of diamonds. So that's an 8 of clubs on the board. The card reader picking up one of the cards twice. Drew's thinking about raising here, as he does have a flush draw to go along with a straight draw, but he's just going to call, trying to bring in T-Rich. T-Rich has to, oh, I was going to say T-Rich has to call here. So T-Rich raising it up. Drew is not folding. That is the 8 of clubs. 8 of clubs, Jack of hearts, 4 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds. What does Drew do here? I mean, obviously he's going to call. But if Eli calls here, does Drew back bet? Does he put on the back raise? This is exactly what Drew's thinking right now. He's thinking, all right, if this guy calls, this is what I'm going to do. And if this guy folds, this is what I'm going to do. He's already formulated a plan. We can literally see the wheels turning in his head. Okay, he's just going to call. To the river we go. And there's the 4. So Drew going to miss everything. Does T-Rich bet if it's checked to him? Yeah, now keep in mind that is a 4 on the river. Drew did not make his flush. Drew will get out of the way. And this is too small of a bet for T-Rich to fold Ace-Jack. Yeah, T-Rich already cutting out the call. There's the call. T-Rich waiting for his opponent to show, and he will show the winner. Yeah, there you go, making sure it's right. So I know that T-Rich, his family watching at home. Sure they're happy with that hand. I always try to get extra information from players just because there's always going to be some downtime or whatever. So I know he was talking to his mom before the stream, and I was trying to get a funny story about T-Rich, but his mom did not spill the beans. Take, for example, seat 1. He let me know before the stream that he is a plumber by trade. Eli's plumbing here in Edinburg, so if you are having plumbing issues, there you go. You can call Eli a call. Eli's plumbing here in Edinburg, and know whatever money he charges you, he will bring it here to the poker house, so you'll have a chance to win it back. That's a pretty good deal. Pretty good deal if you're a poker player. You need some plumbing work done, you can call him. And whatever he charges you, he'll bring that money to the Texas Card House, turn it into chips, and give you an opportunity to win it back. The ace might slow down the action here. And the spade is probably going to slow down the action as well. Yeah, no reason for Goose to bet here. He's only getting called by a better hand. And he's going to show the queen. Goose actually providing snacks for the table tonight. Brand new flavor that Frito-Lay is offering. Flamin' Hot Cheetos. That's normal. But with dill pickle. So if you're a fan of the Flamin' Hot Cheetos, well now they have Flamin' Hot dill pickle. Available at a convenience store near you. Suited ace for Poppy Clark. He does make the call. Goose doing the same. And Eli raising it with the ace jack here. Folded around to the straddler. That's Vagabond. He has a suited queen. He's getting a good price. He's making the call. And we are going 4 ways to a flop. Your pre-flop raiser, Eli, with the best hand right now. And he no longer has the best hand. Goose, hidden top pair, does check. Checks to the aggressor. Looks like Eli's assembling a bet. 40. So bet in a third of the pot. Goose not going anywhere. How much does he have in chips? 300? Yeah, he has too much to go all in. But he's definitely setting up an all-in play if he gets the right run out. Ooh, that is the wrong run out. The flush gets there, the straight gets there, and the ace gets there. Goose hates that card. Goose hates that card more than he hates stockies. And Goose hates stockies. Eli continuing on here. Quick fold by Goose. Like I said, he hated that card. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. We are one of 6 Texas card houses located across the state of Texas. One of 4 streaming locations. We are located in South Texas, and we are playing 1-3 Hold'em tonight. We do have a $10 straddle from Corpus Christi Drew. Johnny with the 9s. He's going to be raising. Looks like 30, maybe 35. It's 35. Do like this raise sizing. Drew's a defender. Don't know what he has, but I'm pretty sure he's going to call. Oh, Eli with the jacks. Here comes the 3-bet. Yeah, Drew was getting ready to call with the 6-4. But Eli put it on the 3-bet. Johnny's going to just make the call in position. And we're going to go heads up to a flop. King coming on the flop. So I'm sure Johnny put an Eli like on ace king or a big pocket pair. But Eli checks. Johnny says, I'm not falling in that trap. Board pairing on the turn. Somebody's going to bet here. That somebody's going to be Eli. Looks like he's cutting out a small bet. 150 in the pot. That is a really small bet. $40. And I'm curious here. I'm calling. I see Johnny's hand. I know he's beat, but I'm still calling. Keep in mind, there's 2 clubs on the board, so your opponent can have a flush draw as well. Oh. All right, Johnny's no longer calling because Eli's going to be putting out a pretty big bet here. How much is the bet going to be, Eli? The bet is all of it. Johnny has not folded yet. Might think his opponent missed the flush draw. No, he does fold. He does show. So Johnny's going to know that he made the right fold. Don't know this for sure, but I would imagine that's got to be at least one of your top 5 hands if your name is Johnny and you have 2 jacks, the Johnnies. The Jacks, the Johnnies, the Justins, the Jiggities. Apparently that's John Jawanda's favorite hand. And speaking about the Flamin' Hot Dill Pickle Cheetos, you can see Alejandro there testing them out. Oh, Goose bringing in the backups, bringing in some reinforcements. Is he putting it in play, or is he just going to have it just in case? Oh, yeah, so they're not in play this hand. I don't know if they'll be in play next hand.
Who raises to 35?
Corpus Christi Drew put it on the raise.
3 folds. 35 total.
It's going to get calls
8 calls.
from Poppy Clark
Yeah, 1 call.
and the pocket 4s of Eli. $150 in the middle. And it's going to come ace high. So a gut shot for Drew, but a set of 4s for Eli. Nobody has the ace, but whenever you have a small set and there's an ace on the board, you love it because you know somebody is going to have the ace, but this time nobody does. Small bet here coming from Eli. Drew is going to peel, looking for a queen. He is drawn to the nuts. So nice folds by Goose and Clark. Drew looking for a queen. There's 3 of them left. Oh! Ooh! Wow. Drew rivering the nuts, and a player is betting into him. Pretty big bet here. It says it's a $15 bet, but obviously. Oh, Drew moves all in, gets snap called, and Eli's going to be shocked. Wow. He cannot believe it. Runner, runner. He literally cannot believe his eyes. I don't know if he's going to rebuy. Oh. Oh. he was ready to rebuy. He had the 500 ready to go. Wow.
My jack high was not good. Wow. Nice hand.
Seat 1 is reloading.
Look at it, run that Drew.
Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask.
Yeah,
Cajun Asian joining us from Vegas.
yeah.
That guy travels more than I travel.
Too early to tell.
He was in the Philippines last month. He was in New Orleans for the Super Bowl, and now he's in Vegas. Que padre vida.
4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds.
I say I travel a lot. I was actually in Austin this morning, waking up to 20-degree temperatures in Austin.
9 folds.
It's 40s here in South Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley. But Austin, it was ridiculous this morning because, one, it was in the 20s, and then you had the wind.
3 folds. 2 sided, 6 folds.
Vagabond with the jacks. Getting some action from Corpus Christi Drew, who's been running hot. And he's going to crack the jacks. Little cracker jack action. He'll check. Continuation bet here from Vagabond. And if he gets a call, he is done with the hand. So Vagabond is done betting this hand. Of course, if a jack comes out, then that changes things. 2 pair for Drew now. So even if he was up against the better ace, now he has 2 pair. Oh, Vagabond continuing here? Drew cannot believe it. He's all like, wait, this guy's betting again? There is a flush draw on the board. There's a straight draw on the board. Don't know if Drew will raise just because he's out of position, but no, he is ripping it. He's hoping his opponent has ace-queen. Is Vagabond really thinking about calling here? I mean, I thought he was done with the hand once he bet the flop and got called, but he continued on the turn. And I think he's really thinking. I don't think this is for show. I think he cannot believe that Drew's running this hot. Wow. Oh my gosh, he called. Wow. Vagabond gonna need a jack. And Drew is gonna win another all-in pot. Vagabond he just did not believe Drew. And I have a feeling all of this was set up when we saw Drew move all in with ace-8 on the river.
Really good.
Made a huge bluff. He got called and he showed the bluff. And that is getting him paid now. Drew is up over $1,000 now. Was down $500, now is up over $1,000. What a ride for Corpus Christi Drew. And Vagabond is reloading for 1,000. As I said, I didn't think he was going to bet the turn once he got called, but I think he had already made up his mind that Drew did not have it, and that's why he bet the turn. Oh, he picks up kings. The same thing happened to Goose earlier when he lost all his chips and picked up kings in the next hand. RGV Striker had ace-king. Let's see if anybody has a big hand here. So Vagabond announced he's rebuying for 1,000. His chips aren't at the table, and he announced a $15 raise. He picks up 3 callers, and we are going 4 ways to a flop, and it's going to come 8 high. Huge flop for Goose here. We might see another big pot here as Goose flops a pair and a flush draw. Does he raise? Somebody bet in 25. I think it's Vagabond. Does Goose raise here? There's the $15 that he raised. There's the $25 bet. And Goose is just calling. So we're going to go heads up to a turn. You can see that Goose is actually favored here. Is that a straight draw? Does he pick up a straight draw? No, right? A 6 would have picked up a straight draw. There's a 4. Yeah, 4 doesn't do anything. Yeah, 6 would have been a straight draw. Goose still with the pair and the flush draw. Vagabond still leading here. Yeah, Goose just playing this passive. Like, if he didn't raise the flop, I don't see why he's raising the turn, and he's just gonna call here. King of Diamonds? King of Diamonds. Oh, King of Diamonds been folded. It's a red card, but it is not it. So it looks like Goose's passive play is going to save him. As Vagabond started off with kings, still has the kings, and he is putting out a big bet. Pot-sized bet here for Vagabond. Hard for Goose to put his opponent on a flush, a missed flush draw when he has 2 diamonds in his hand. Yeah, and Goose will figure it out and make the fold. So Vagabond would have won an extra hour if he would have shown the kings as part of the promo. All right, so we do have a dealer change. Let me check the comments real quick. So Cajun Asian has played on this stream before. He is a part-time dealer here at the Texas Card House. Part-time dealer, part-time poker player, full-time traveler. And then Rebel Poker asking if I played on the Austin stream before. I've only played on the stream here once. I played on the stream here once. It was not pretty. VPIP of less than 10%. I mean, in my defense, I was card dead, but also the VPIP wasn't going to be anything crazy. Like a crazy VPIP for me would be like over 20%. So it wasn't going to be anything crazy, but I was card dead. Less than 10% VPIP. It's a lot easier to play when you see the player's cards. So I see the player's cards, I'm like, all right. Yeah, actually, I was in Austin for work, and I did not go to any poker houses there.
We got 3 players to the floor.
Top pair for CMC, middle pair for Alejandro. Alo. He's going to put out a small bet. Oh, everybody flopping a pair. But Johnny folds his pair. A little surprised he folded there. Just because if you flop a pair in position. CMC will show as it goes check, check all the way to the river. Yes, maybe you have seen me there. When I am in Austin, I do go to T-State Social. With the exception of this last trip, it was cold, so I didn't want to go out and had a lot of work. 7 deuce for Bobby Clark. He'll get rid of it pretty quick. Goose. Raising it up here with the 10-6 offsuit. You can see Eli's thinking about calling here with his suited king, and he does. CMC Drew had a good hand, not at his seat. All right, 3 ways we go. Vagabond with the best hand, the 7s. And Eli's going to flop a flush draw. It does go check around. Goose hitting his 10. But now Vagabond's going to lead out. And at least one of these players is going to call. If Goose was heads up here, he would call for sure. But flush draw from Eli, he's calling. All right, to the river we go. This pot over $150. And Goose getting a little out of line pre-flop, raising it up with the 10-6 offsuit. And he's going to have the best hand on the river. But he's going to fold. Yeah, Goose is not going to be happy when he sees the stream. Yeah, I've actually called this stream from Austin before. Austin, TCH Social in Austin, they're actually streaming right now on the main channel. Not that I want to lose viewers, but we are streaming on the secondary channel. So once we finish the stream, if you want to see some more poker, you can tune into the main channel, which is TCH Live Poker. So 3 different words. That's the main channel. We're streaming on the secondary channel, which is Texas Card House, 3 different words.
We got 4 players to the flop.
Queen high flop again. This time it is CMC and Eli flopping bottom pair. Goose flopping middle pair. And he's going to put out a $20 bet, which will be quickly called by Eli. CMC with bottom pair and backdoor flush draws. He's not going anywhere. Vagabond says, why not? He makes the call. A 9 or a 10 of hearts. No, it is trips now for both CMC and Eli. And are their kickers aren't playing right now. They have 3 4s with a queen and an 8. So right now we're looking at a chop pot, unless if one of these players hits their hold cards.
7 folds, 9 folds. Heads up to the river.
So a 5 or a 3. If not, we will have a chop. Oh, Goose would have made a bigger full house, but Goose folded. So back-to-back pots that Goose is going to rewatch this stream and not be in a happy mood. Eli should bet here. CMC should call.
One bet's 170.
Dealer cutting it out, 170. I don't see CMC folding a full house. I realize if anybody has an 8, they have a bigger full house, but it came on the river. Yep, makes the call, chop it up, bingo, bango, bongo. Looks like we have a fan of Johnny in the stream. I believe Johnny's actually from Kansas.
Would you have called the all-in or not?
But Johnny getting away from some of the cold weather. I mean, it's cold for South Texas. It's in the 40s right now. I do realize for people in the Midwest, that is not cold. But that is very cold for us here in South Texas. But Johnny having a fan, and Rebel Poker thinks that the Rebel Poker was cheating on us.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that.
So he was watching TCH live as well, but he's saying that stream crashed. So if you were watching that stream, We're also Texas Card House, but we're a different location.
You might have gone half and half on these.
I always let everybody know that this is a secondary channel because not a lot of people know about the secondary channel. We are trying to build it up. We have over 50,000 subscribers to the main channel. We have 2,000 subscribers to the secondary channel. Now keep in mind, all the Texas Card Houses do stream on here. There are 6 different Texas Card House locations. 4 of them stream. So 4 of them stream, and they all stream at least 2 nights out of the week. So 4 times 2 is 8. There's only 7 days out of the week. So that's one of the reasons for the secondary channel. The main reason is actually for all of the tournaments that are run at Texas Card House. There's always an available channel to stream a tournament on. So that's the big reason why.
Matt's leaving? Alright, bye. Come back. Uh-oh. No?
Looks like Vagabond put it on the $10 straddle. Action does start to the left of the straddle. I know the straddle on the button's a little tricky, all depending on where you're playing. They treat the straddle different. Some places it's known as the Mississippi straddle. Some places it's known as the Hard Rock straddle. Some places it's ultimate last action. But here, just to keep it simple, the action will always start to the left of the straddle. To the left, to the left. Everything you own in a box to the left. Shout out to Queen Bee. All right, 4 ways to a flop we go. Alo with the best hand right now. And he still has the best hand. Bobby Clark flopping open-ended, though. He has the best equity as he can hit a queen, a 10, a 9, an 8, a king.
Supposed to be a word. She's doing it.
8 calls.
You can see all the outs that Bobby Clark has. That's not one. Well, that kind of is one of them. That gives him more outs now. A heart. He can hit a heart or a flush. And Alo continuing on here. Quick call from Clark. Needs a heart. Needs an 8. Needs a king. Needs a 9. And he's going to get the queen.
4 checks. Showdown.
Yeah, it's going to go check on the river.
Queens and jacks.
So Bobby Clark going to be hitting 2 pair. Of course, Beyonce from Texas, from the Houston area. We do have 2 locations in the Houston area. One location by the Galleria, which is the big mall there in Houston, so kind of southwest Houston. You have Texas Card House Houston, and they do stream. They stream on this channel as well. And then the other location in Houston is north of town. It's actually in the city of Spring. Kind of by the airport. The main airport in Houston is located on the north side. And this is north. 10 high flop, 2 spades. Alejandro flopping a straight. It's showing he's at 22% right now, but keep in mind, if you look on the lower, there you go. There are the cards. And there's everything cleared up. 35%? How's he? Oh, a set of 8s for T-Rich. Top pair. Wow, everybody has something on this board. Uh-oh. We're about to see a big pot here. So Goose goose flopping the world here. Alejandro's probably just going to go all in here. Very draw-heavy board. You have the nuts. When you have the best hand, you want to get all your money in. Does T-Rich call? T-Rich has a set. I don't think he can fold a set either. How much does Goose have? Goose has 440. Yeah, we're going to see a big pot here, folks. There's the all-in. And that got T-Rich's attention. Yeah, you can see T-Rich. He looked at Alejandro's stack. Now he's looking at Goose's stack. Because I don't think he's folding a set, and I don't think he should here. He's looking at Goose's stack, and he's thinking, how much is this going to wind up costing me? Because he knows. Yeah, he announces all in too. We got fireworks, folks. So Alejandro with the best hand right now, but he has to fade everything. He has to fade the flush draw. He has to fade the full house. And he has no backdoor outs. He cannot improve his hand. Huge pot, and you can see that everybody pretty much has the same equity, about 35% each. So I just talked about it. This is the secondary channel. If you still have not hit subscribe, look at the action we're bringing you, folks. This is a $1,500 pot. Flopping the nut straight versus the flush draw versus a set. Hit that subscribe button. Doesn't cost anything. Free, gratis.
I like my, they have reds. I like my own.
So let's go 8 of spades, and then let's go jack of spades. It's crazy that Alejandro Alo here flopped the nuts, and he is sweating. What a pot. What a hand. There is a side pot.
Good luck, everybody.
And here we go. Oh no, it showed jack of spades, but it's a 4. That's a 4. Oh, and Aldo pumped up. There is a side pot. T-Rich is going to win the side pot. Goal! T-Rich, the good sport, saying, hey, we both had good hands. Yeah, Alejandro pumped. He's making sure it's a pot. The dealer said, okay, now you can reach for the pot. Eso! I think that's going to be it for Goose. This was his second buy-in. But that is how you want to go out, though. I mean, you flop a straight flush draw. If you lose, you're just destined to lose. Can't do anything about that. Getting all of your money in every time with that hand. So even though T-Rich lost that pot, there was a side pot. So he's still in second place. There was a side pot. So he basically won. He won the money that he lost in the side pot. I do know we do have a waiting list for this game. So I do expect the seat to get filled pretty quick here. Oh, yeah, so I know T-Rich's family tuning in. I do not think they live in Arkansas anymore, but I do know that they are from that area. I think they live down here now. But you have Johnny's family tuning in. And his family giving him a little... giving him some jabs there. Tell Johnny that his fan... Oh, his fans. I read fam. Yeah, it is Johnny's first time playing on the stream, so... might just be playing a little extra cautious. And I really think that's like in the back of everybody's mind. You never want to get bluffed on stream.
Sorry, 3 folds.
When, to be honest with you, it really doesn't matter because if you play poker, you're gonna get bluffed, right? But you just don't want to get bluffed on stream. And as I said, somebody's going to be taking Goose's seat. And I think we have another Papi at the table.
That's locked up over there. That's locked up over there. That's alright.
I'll open up real quick. He's like a woman that needs.
Straight in.
How many times have I played this? Help Hulu.
All right, yes, we do have another Papi. It's going to be Papi Culo. So seat 8, Papi Clark. And then seat 9, he said he is going by his poker name. The dealer will count out how many chips that he has. So they will get a count. So if you notice, the dealer does have some headsets on, does have a microphone, so he has constant communication with the production crew. There we go, seat number 9, in for 646. 646. Oh, I do apologize. That is Papi Chulo. Papi Chulo. I did not see the H. But there is indeed an H here. CH. So Papi Clark in seat 8 and Papi Chulo in seat 9.
Alright, are you honest with me? 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 raises it to 15. 2 folds. 3 calls. 7 raises it to 55.
Vagabond here, put it on the 3-bet. I don't know if Johnny heard the chats on him saying to play a hand, but he has 8-6. And he decided to play 8-6, and he immediately gets raised. And he's thinking to himself, you see, this is why I don't get out alive.
Damn, we graduated in the same class. Alright, we have a $10 button straddle.
So $10 button straddle coming from CC Drew. CC Drew bluffed off his first buy-in of $500. But after that, started winning all the hands. He's up over $1,000 now. So he got unstuck plus $1,200.
5 folds, 6 folds, 7 calls, 8 folds, 9 calls.
Papi Chulo coming in the mix with the suit at 10. Oh, CC Drew is going to raise it up. 75 to 100. 120. So puts 100 on top. So I think Drew knows that these players feel like he's getting out of line too much. So he's raising it up. One of those reverse tails, I guess. He's raising it really big. The players think that he's bluffing. Papi Chulo called the $20 raise with 10 high. And now he's thinking to himself, why did I call that $20 raise with 10 high?
Drew!
I got something.
Shut up. I didn't ask you anything. I asked you a question.
Oh, they called my name for
I said Drew.
I don't think Papi Chulo could call here, but He just sat out. He might want to gamble. Yeah, he announced his fold.
All right. Heads up action.
So $281 pot. And Drew's going to get out flopped by Vagabond. Vagabond checks. Drew checks behind. Drew looking for a 10. Does not get the 10. Vagabond checks again. Vagabond going to wind up with the best hand. Is he finally going to bet?
7 bets 100.
He bets $100.
Bro, your 8 is gold in there.
Drew thinks that he hit the 8.
5's great too. I have no pair.
Yeah, so Drew went on that little rush. He told his opponent the 8 is good, the 5 is good. But he's still thinking about calling. He announced the 8 is good, and his opponent said, well, is the 5 good too? So Drew finally lets it go. But Drew went on the little heater. And he jumped up. He found his favorite waitress on the main floor and brought her in to get a massage. Tableside massage is available here at the Texas Card House. $1 a minute. $1 a minute.
We have a $10 button straddle. Action starts in the small blind. 10 to 5. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. $10.
Alejandro, who now lives in the Brownsville area, it's about an hour away from here, but still considered part of the Rio Grande Valley. Brownsville, Texas, the largest city in the Rio Grande Valley. Also home to SpaceX.
Number 5? I got there. You don't know what my cards were. You got there.
Spade's got there too.
Thanks so much.
Drew gonna take it down.
Paris. Well, 10-4 on the next day.
Yeah, 10-3 would have got there. Papi Chulo would have got there with the 10-3.
We almost got to that. Service.
$10 under the gun straddle. Vagabond put it on the $10. Action will be on our first Papi, Papi Clark.
We'll get you. We'll get you. It's too easy. The setup was perfect. You know, like this motherfucker. This motherfucker.
8 calls. 9 folds.
I always think of that Will Smith Miami song.
3 calls. 4 calls.
He says something like, with the hot mamas yelling, "Ay, papi."
Drop like 500.
Oh no. 6 calls.
I got it back.
And 7 checks.
3 hands.
Will Smith actually speaks some pretty decent Spanish. Si habla español.
6 players still flop. 6 checks. Alright. 6 checks.
I wonder if he knows how to say, "Keep my wife's name out of your mouth" in Spanish.
Alright, heads up action.
Big flop for Vagabond here. A pair and a flush draw. I don't know what the math on it is, but I feel like that meme from Futurama, Fry. Well, not meme, a GIF. Where he has the money in his hand and he's pushing it forward. He's, "Take my money." Anytime I flop a pair in a flush draw, that's the gift I think of them all. Like, take my money. I'm losing all my money with this hand.
Corona, premiaría exacto. Premier con 3 churros así.
Yeah, we used to have somebody on the stream play Jackie that went by the name Jackie Moon. Haven't seen him in a while. As I said, the easiest way to get on the list is through Poker Atlas. If you don't know what Poker Atlas is, just download the app. It's free.
Alright, 3 to play, 3 to play. 8 balls.
It's like Bravo, but better. And I'm not talking about the TV network.
1 raises it to 25. 7
But I will invite you to see Watch What Happens live against
and
Papi Chulo and Eli.
heads up action.
And Papi Chulo gonna outflop Eli here. Could only hit the 8, could not hit the 7. It looks like he's leading here. Big bet, pot-sized bet. $55 into $54. Eli confused. He actually bet $65 into $54. Eli's confused. He might peel a card here in position. Nah, he's gonna let it go.
Fold here.
Time, baby. No phones on the table.
So the dealer reminding the players that you are not allowed access to your phones in the stream room.
Why the hell would you do that? All that one phone.
Of course, you can leave your seat at any time if you do need to use your phone, but if you are in the stream room, phones are off limits. We are also on a 15-minute delay. This action happened 15 minutes ago. Pretty much standard on the streams. Prevents any sort of colluding and shenanigans.
3 to play. 9 balls. 1 raises it to 50.
Another pocket pair. This time it's 4s for Eli. Quick call from Andrew with the suited Broadway cards. Everybody with a pair. Pocket 6s for Alo. T-Rich with the pocket 8s. I have a feeling Drew's going to hit. Drew's running good. He's going to hit a king or jack. Or, ooh. So the last time Eli hit a set of 4s, he lost all his chips to Drew. That might happen again, as Drew flops a flush draw, also has a backdoor straight draw.
2 calls.
Oh, Terry might call here. Wow. So the 6s and the 8s call. Now Drew hit in top pair. So if Eli bets big here, he's going to get called. He's betting 105. Drew has 2 players behind him to worry with, so he might raise those players out here. No, he just calls. So will the pocket 4s of Eli get revenge on Drew? Drew needs a club. T-Rich would have got there with his 8s. I think Eli, if Eli bets $100, Drew's calling. Drew has top pair. Oh, Eli's cutting out 200. Drew doesn't like it.
Seat 1 bets 200.
Backdoor hearts got there. So Eli could have something like ace, queen of hearts. I think that's the hand that Drew's worried about. Drew's worried about the queen of hearts. He doesn't put his opponent on a set, but he is worried that his opponent has queen X of hearts. You can see Eli only leaving himself with $115 behind. Drew has the chips to call here, and it looks like he's cutting out the chips. He's trying to figure out what his opponent has, and he's going to be too curious. Yeah. So Eli getting some revenge. Check out how much the pot is. Are we not living in the Matrix? So Eli with the pocket fours winning a 444, well, profited. That's the profit. The pot was $794, but his profit was $444 with the pocket fours. Here in Texas, we call that the Jeff Davis. If you know, you know.
You're welcome.
Just making sure. Can you guys scan? Okay, so much. Sorry.
So somebody's cards did not get scanned.
1 folds, 2 raises it to 20. 60. 1 folds, 2 raises to 20. 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds. 7 raises it to 60.
Drew raising it with the Ducks. Vagabond putting on the 3-bet with the King Jack suited. That's the hand Drew just had.
9 folds.
Días.
1. Vamos. Sorry, 2.
I'm gonna come and collect in a little while. I'm gonna collect.
Alrighty.
To a flop we go. Heads up.
These guys are collecting.
And Vagabond going to outflop Drew here. Should be putting on the continuation bet here. Looks like 55. Smells like 55. And it is. Drew not folding to the continuation bet. His opponent could easily be continuing here with just ace high. So he does make the call one time. And now I think he's going to be done with the hand if his opponent bets. But his opponent checks.
2 checks.
Vagabond putting out a bet here. He might get paid. Nice check back from Vagabond on the turn.
7 bets 1/3.
This might get him paid. Looks like we have a lot of action in the chat. Yeah, Drew pays it off. Vagabond shows the hand. Very nice check on the turn by Vagabond. So apparently, seat number 9, Papi Chulo, has his gambling patties on. And the reason why I know this is because Humberto Garcia saw him. That's a really good friend there, I guess.
Correct. See, 3 raises it to 30.
Hey, we got a raise here from Johnny. What does Johnny have? Johnny has ace, queen. No, ace jack suited. Somebody's cards didn't scan. Yeah. You can see the dealers having cards get rescanned. I think Johnny scanned his cards, but if everybody doesn't scan their cards, the system will not pick it up. Oh, Johnny with the jack 10 of clubs. So he heard the chat. So Papi Chulo with the best hand right now. Oh, Johnny's going to hit top pair. 1, 2, 3. $123 in the pot. Johnny betted somewhere between 60 and 80, I think, on the turn. Bet 75, between 60 and 80. Drew flopping bottom pair. And we know Drew likes to gamble. So Drew might call. Papi Chulo's just getting some more airtime here. No, Drew lets it go. Looks like we got a couple more people from the Kansas area joining, according to Chris Wade. And this is actually, I mean, it sounds like dumb information, but I think it's good information to know. Like every region has its hand that it likes to play. So apparently in Wichita, 9-4. People like to play 9-4 in Wichita.
All right, free to play, everybody.
I know in the Dallas area, North Texas area, you have the Choctaw Nuts. That's Jack Deuce. So if you ever play there in the North Texas area, people like to call raises with that hand. And then in the Reno area, you have the 2-3, which is known as the skinny. Houston, a lot of players like to play the 6-10 because that is the main loop around Houston, loop 610. But it is kind of funny how all of these regions have certain hands that players like to play.
9 raises it to 50.
So Papi Chulo getting the win. You can see this hand taking place at 9:49. That is Texas time, Central Time. 9:49. Of course, you add the 15 minutes to that. Takes us to 10:03. Wait. Takes us to 10:04. So we're on a 14-minute delay. CMC now in front. Both CMC and T-Rich up over $800. CC Drew has given some of that money back. Still up 500. So the dealer letting Eli know, please scan your cards, sir. Please scan your cards. But Eli only had one card.
Go ahead and fold. Yeah, and then true.
No antagonizing with this, please.
Go ahead and fold. Hey, totally.
So if you still have not subscribed, make sure you do take care of that. We do stream on this channel every Wednesday night, and then every Friday night we stream on the main channel, which is TCH Live. But as I mentioned earlier, oh, flopping a flush. Alo.
Yes, yes. So you still have your life cards, yes. So actually, yes.
So when you
Checks, yes.
I'm gonna ask
3 checks.
Oh, so Johnny did not realize the stream rules, and the dealer just let him know. It is a little bit different. I think he wound up saving money here with the pocket sevens. So the stream is just like a tournament. You cannot miss your blinds. You will get blinded out. Now this is unique to the stream, and the reason why, it's basically how the software works. The way the software works, it makes it easier to keep track of everything. So in a normal cash game, if you're not at your seat, you will get a missed blind button, and then when you come back, you will pay your missed blind. But on the stream, you get dealt in. So that's a little bit different on the stream. Johnny was not aware of that. It's first time playing on a stream, but the dealer let him know. And not to be results oriented, he would have lost the pot. I think Johnny is actually on the far right of the leaderboard, which is the spot you do not want to be. You want to be to the far left. And here comes CC Drew defending his straddle. T-Rich hoping for another heart flop.
Better watch myself.
We have 5 players.
So 5 ways we go.
Right to the best.
And it's going to be a 9 high flop, 2 spades.
3 checks.
Nobody with a 9.
9 checks.
Papi Chulo with bottom pair. Oh, and Drew, that very raggedy flop, he knows that that raggedy flop isn't going to hit his opponents most of the time. And when all of his opponents check to him, that is a green light. And he is hitting the accelerator here. Bottom pair for Papi Chulo with a backdoor flush draw, but it is a pretty big bet here. A 2/3 size pot bet, $100 into $150. Papi Chulo wants to call, but he also realizes if he calls here, then how much am I going to have to call on the turn? Maybe if he's in position, he would feel comfortable calling, but being out of position, he is not comfortable making the call here. Still hasn't folded, but he's finally going to let go.
Green card.
So nice play by Drew. So Texas Card House, it is, yeah, buttons and C4, buttons and C4, that's correct. Yeah, so Texas Card House, this is, you do have to be a member. You do have to be a member. Daily memberships are available, but there is more things to do besides poker. There is a full service bar, now featuring bar bites. So there is like nachos available and pizza. They have air fried pizza available now.
I think I'll watch one.
There is also a pool table set up. There's also some chess boards. And of course, the room is filled with TVs as well if you want to watch your favorite sporting event. Daily memberships start off at $10 for the Texas Card House. Monthly memberships available as well.
8 call. Heads up action.
Bobby Clark flopping middle pair. He's going to check it over to Drew. Drew will check behind. King coming on the turn. Oh, big bet here from Drew. Snap call from Papi Chulo. These players know that Drew can sometimes be up to no good. Sometimes he has it, sometimes he doesn't. This time he does not have it.
8 call.
He's going to need to hit a 4. But guess what? There's 4 4s available.
Tripled up and disappeared for 2 hours.
That's not it.
You win. 8 checks, 2 checks.
Drew's finally going to slow down.
That's a winner.
Y'all watching the film?
It's a winner.
Drew cannot believe that Clark called him with a 7.
That's a winner.
Wow. Alright, no more bluffing. I never done stuff.
Yeah, so only 3 players in the red. But keep in mind, this is not listed RGV Striker, who lost 2 buy-ins. And it's also not listed Goose, who also lost 2 buy-ins. RGV Striker buying in 300 each time, and I think Goose bought in 500 each time.
Very quickly in this place. King's
Alright, I ain't
twice.
bluffing no more.
Yep, nicely done.
Alrighty. Good God.
Still got a plan for
So Bobby Clark just winning the last 10. We'll take a break here. And Papi Chulo announcing a raise with the 9s up to 25 a quarter. And I don't think anybody has anything to call him. Nobody has anything to call him. Good news is you won the pot. Bad news is you won the minimum. And he will show the 9s. Yeah, I know they were asking me in the chat if there's any big events coming down here. But this is an event taking place at one of our other locations. This is Texas Card House Houston, or as they say in New York, Houston. Part of the Trailblazer series. 10 action-packed events. Looks like a road trip, Maddie. Oh, got the aces. Now keep in mind the 9s did not get action. And it doesn't look like the aces are going to get action. Jack 9 offsuit, giving him action. Is this a double gut shot for Papi Chulo? He's not going anywhere. Double gut shot. It's essentially an open ender. You have the same amount of outs. You have 8 outs. 1 8 has been folded, so he does have 7 live outs. If you call a raise with Jack 9 offsuit and you flop double gut it, you are calling a $30 continuation bet. There's the call. Looking for an 8 or a queen. A heart gives him more outs as well. And right on the turn. And that's actually the card he wants to hit, because that's going to give his opponent a straight draw to go along with his aces. Papi Chulo checking. Eli has 1 jack left in the deck that he can hit for a bigger straight. Now, there are 2 flush draws on the board, so Papi Chulo might be raising here. $55 bet. What are we looking at? Like maybe 175 for a raise? There's one. There's 150. There's 155. So raising it exactly $100. He really wants a call here. And why wouldn't you when you have a straight? He's given his opponent a really good price. His opponent confirming the raise amount, and his opponent going to be calling. He's scared of 2 pair, not scared of the straight. He does know that he needs help. Spade coming on the river. Eli does have the ace of spades. I don't think that's going to scare away Papi Chulo. Papi Chulo might say all in. He says all in. And his opponent has a decision. He does have the ace of spades, so I don't think he's worried about the flush, but he is worried about 2 pair. Eli asking him if he got there on the river. Trying to get a read from Papi Chulo. Does Eli get married to the aces? The hearts missed.
420.
He is all in for 420.
It's 420.
And what is Eli gonna do? I'm leaning fold here. You get checked raise on the turn, which is a strong move. A check raise in general is a strong move. You get check raise on the turn, and now the player's moving all in. Very, very strong move. And I think, like I said, I'm leaning fold. I don't know if he's going to fold, but I'm leaning fold if I'm in this position. But sometimes you get married to aces. He's counting to see how many chips he'll have left over. This is for more than half his stack. Oh, it looked like some forward motion there. Now I think he might call. He literally has the chips cut out in front of him, waiting to make a forward motion. Oh, now he goes back. Wow, he's really in the tank, folks. Oh, nice fold, Eli, nice fold. Right before he folded, he said, you have to have the straight. That's exactly what he had.
I know what he had. Straight? I don't know shit, Drew. I knew it. Straight? I know exactly what he had. You got a stamp on this.
Yeah, so I actually read this comment after the fact. But Humberto saying, last time somebody checked raise as a bluff on the turn, it's never. Like I said, it's a very strong move. Not to say that it doesn't happen, but it is a tool that is not in a lot of players' toolbox.
Yeah, or it's Hot
Or Hot
Wheels.
Wheels.
Hot Wheels. What's better?
Monster Jam.
Why?
It's a little bit more louder and more cool stuff.
They're going to be here in March anyway.
One boy and Freddie.
San Antonio or here?
Here.
Oh, yeah.
So Papi Chulo winning the last hand and coming back in.
I'm gonna go back.
Eli wanted revenge. He makes the call.
Great. I love it there. I just love going there.
That's up on 3 folds, 4 cards.
5 calls, 6 calls, 7 calls.
And now everybody calling. So we are going 8 ways to the flop. I think the only one who voted was Johnny. Everybody in the chat's like, big surprise.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, we're 8 ways to the flop. There's only 9 players at the table, folks. The screen cannot compute all the hands. And yeah, Johnny was the only one that folded. I don't know if he was at his seat. He might have been away from his seat.
4 folds, 5 folds.
Leave it to me, boy. Oh, third party.
Four players.
No, whatever shall I do? Whatever shall I do? I'm gonna check the grooves.
Is that the nuts for Poppy Clark?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
I'm out there betting.
Okay, check. 2 checks.
Trying to trap Drew. Drew's not going to fall in. Oh, trips for 2 players here. It's about to get messy.
See that guy? He bets 100.
Flush draw did arrive.
2 folds.
Can Vagabond get away from the trips? I think it's an easy fold. Once Papi Chulo calls. I think it's an easy fold. And he's double checking. He's making sure. He's like, yeah, the flush got there. And now a player called. Yeah, he's going to let it go. He's going to show the 6.
7 folds.
Yeah. Now, it was an easy fold once Papi Chulo called. Would have been a very hard fold if it's folded around to him with trips. All right, looks like we have a dealer change, so we have exactly, let's see here. I know, yep, we do have a dealer change. So we have exactly 1 hour to go on tonight's stream. Exactly 1 hour to go on tonight's stream. If you still have not subscribed, make sure you take care of that.
I've never had a fever blister or a cold.
So exactly 1 hour to go. So Eli, down 300. Johnny, also down basically 300. Johnny's not at the seat right now. But everybody else in the green, keep in mind 2 players are not listed. So that's about $2,000 not accounted for. No straddle this hand. Action's going to be on Eli. He has the 10-5. Should be putting it in the muck. Should be putting it in the muck. There you go. Corpus Christi Drew. Oh, big raise here. There's no straddle, and he's coming in for a $30 raise. Has the Dolly Pardon. Working 9 to 5. CMC with the ace queen. He likes to see flops, and he's going to see this flop as he's going to be making the call. Vagabond on the button. Jack 8, he will get out of the way. Papi Chulo, he likes to see flops too. And he will see this flop. So 3 ways we go. Almost $100 in the pot. 91 to be exact. CMC with the best hand right now. And we might have another big hand. Flush draw for Drew. Top 2 pair for CMC. Oh, big bet here from CMC. Yeah, Drew making the call here. To the turn we go. Drew with 7 live outs. You can see them on the upper left-hand side of your screen. The 7 and 8 of diamonds has been folded. Other than that, the other diamonds are still available for Drew to hit. And he's going to hit a pair here. So I don't think he's going to be done with the hand just yet. Yeah,
Six bets, 100.
another $100 bet, and he's not folding. He called $100 with a flush draw. Now he has a flush draw to go. Now he has a flush draw to go. Excuse me. Now he has a pair to go with his flush draw. So Drew asking Matt what his kicker is. But as I said, he's not folding. He called $100 with just a flush draw. Now he has a pair and a flush draw. And there's the call. He does not want to hit a 9. A 5 would be gross. There's 1 5 left in the deck that he can hit. The 5 of spades. 5 of clubs, excuse me. Yeah, it does go check, check. So almost a $500 pot going to Conway. That's his name. That's what the C stands for in CMC. And he is up over $1,000.
$8 for me.
Maybe a $10. It's not maybe a $10 live straddle. $10. Can you share these cards, Matt? Please. Thank you.
CMC's card's not getting scanned. Johnny back in his seat. And now Vagabond's turn to have the ace-queen. He just calls. Kind of an interesting call in late position here.
9 calls. 1 call.
What does Corpus Christi Drew have? He has a check in hand. So 6 ways to a flop we go. It's going to come 9 high, 2 hearts. The last 4 arriving. And the percentages will not pop up because we do not know the second card of CMC.
9 checks.
He was looking right in your eyes.
Looks like it's going to go check around.
Check 7.
10 on the turn. Believe that the 4s are still in front. That's a very unique check coming from Papi Chulo.
1 check. 2 checks.
No family show here.
6 checks. 7
Y'all
checks.
seen the feed?
8 bets, 30.
No family show here.
And Papi Clark going to be betting a straight draw. I do like this bet. You are in position. It's checked around to him. So even if you get called here, you can still bluff the river.
6 folds.
And he's essentially setting up a bluff by betting here.
I'd win enough to buy her Louis Vuitton.
So it's probably going to bet whatever came out on the river. If the straight got there, he was going to bet it straight. And if he missed, then he was going to bluff.
I got the taxes. I got the taxes covered.
CRG3, that's how you bluff. You have to set it up. And Papi Clark there setting up his bluff for the river. Didn't need to use the bluff, but he definitely set it up. Let's see if we have a straddle. I don't think we're gonna have a straddle. And right as I say that, I'm pretty sure that some of Johnny's friends and family has texted him. Maybe that's where he was during the break, getting some updates from his friends and family. So he's gonna straddle here. $30 raise from Papi Chulo. And looks like Johnny's going to make the call here with 8 high. As I said, I don't know if his friends have been texting him about his play or if he's just now more comfortable on the stream. But he's going to flop a flush draw here. It's actually 50-50. He could hit an 8, a 3, or a spade to take the lead. He does check over to Papi Chulo. And it looks like Papi Chulo is going to continue on here. Looks like a big bet, pot size bet. $60 into 64. And Johnny with the quick call. Papi Chulo does not like this. Jack on the turn. That gives Papi Chulo a straight draw now, needing a 10. He's probably going to check here. He put out a pot-sized bet on the flop and got called. Has the king of spades in his hand. Yeah, there's the check. 8, 3 or spade for Johnny. And it's going to be nothing. So Papi Chulo going to wind up with the nut, no pair. Oh, here comes Johnny. Quick fold by Papi Chulo, and Johnny telling the chat, hey, I got some moves too. Well, he didn't check raising, but he bluffed it on the river. And yes, I have bluffed. So the players are talking about possibly playing after 11. The stream started at 7. And it runs until 11. Now, keep in mind, we're on a 15-minute delay. So we started streaming at about 7:12, 7:13. So we will stream the 4 full hours. So we will stream until 11, just before 11:15. Now, after the stream, the players can choose to continue to play or to cash out. A lot of times on Wednesdays, since it's during the week, a lot of the times the players will cash out. However, based upon this lineup and based upon how the action has been going tonight, I would not be surprised if these players continue to play after the stream. Also, if you've never watched the end of the stream, I don't know what it is, but normally like the last 3 or 4 hands, not always, there's usually some craziness that happens.
You're first.
Oh, check.
Oh, Papi Chulo just gave the green light for Drew to bluff the turn.
Check.
Oh, Drew checks. Drew with just 4 high. I thought he would bluff the turn. It's gonna be hard for him to bluff the river on this board. Doesn't mean he won't try. He only has 4 high. The pot's over $200. He knows he cannot win here with 4 high. We've seen him go for it before. $200. Ah, he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
9 bets 100.
And Papi Chulo bluffing here for some reason. He bet $100.
That was a bad board for my hand. Couldn't even bluff.
Bad spot.
That was a bad board.
Real bad spot. I was like, what a flop. Oh my god.
Ah, dang.
So I know we have some people tuning in from Kansas. Let us know how cold it is in Kansas. So Corpus Christi Drew losing the last hand. He puts on the straddle immediately on the button. Action will be on Johnny. Oh, Johnny calling with the 7-6 offsuit. T-Rich, Queen 10 of diamonds. That's 40% of a royal. Papi Clark calling with the ace. Papi Chulo folding the king high. Eli making the call. And Corpus Christi Drew making it 50 more. I like the raise. I don't like the sizing.
60 total.
Thought he should have sized it up just a little bit more, just because there was so many limpers. There was 4 limpers. Yeah, there was 4 limpers. But it turns out it's the perfect sizing, as he gets 1 player to call, and he's going to be in position. And he's going to flop top 2 pair. Normally, I would imagine he would continuation bet all of his range here. And he's going to put out a small bet. And Johnny will fold. I think Drew is back in the green. We will confirm once this hand clears up. There's the hand clearing up. There's the leaderboard. And yeah, he is in the green, $253. So Drew with clowns to the left of him, jokers to the right, as the 2 players on each side of him are the only 2 players in the red. Everybody else in the green. CMC. Oh, he's got a pocket pair here. I don't know what he has. I'm going to go queens. Oh, queen 9. I felt the queen. Turned out it was queen 8, excuse me. Queen 8 of diamonds. There's the 9. 85. Oh, Alejandro calling with the 10s here. And CMC, he's not folding. He raised with the suited queen, and now he's going to be closing the action. So who's going to represent the king here? Everybody's range pretty much uncapped. Very easy for any of these players to have a king or a jack here. None of them do.
Service.
But any of them can represent it. It looks like the pocket 10s are going to represent. No, he checks.
4 checks, 6 checks, 2 checks.
Check around. 10 still out in front. Not anymore. It's a pretty interesting turn. It gives a straight draw for the 10s. The aces are now drawn dead. The ace 9 of Corpus Christi Drew drawn dead.
4 checks.
And here comes a pretty good bet from CMC. 225 into 250. Really seems like he has the king. He has the queen. That's going to be good enough. Oh, he had pocket queens. All right, so I was right. I said when he raised to 20, he has pocket queens. The reader picked up something wrong. He's going to get 8 hours there. You make a full house with eights, with kings or queens, you get 8 free hours. So my read was right, the $20 when he raised pre-flop.
fired.
There's only one queen left. It can happen. Yeah, it can happen. You can run right into it thinking you're golden. Please don't have king.
King Jack.
Yeah,
King Jack.
as well.
King 9.
Terry, can you check her?
King 9? Yeah, King 9. Right now, he's like 75.
Ace king suited, taking it up to 26. One of T Rich cards not scanning, but it wasn't a jack. So T Rich is probably leaving at 11. But everybody else at this table, I can see staying after. Top pair for Papi Chulo, gut shot for Vagabond. Papi Chulo enjoying his Modelo. Looks like he's gonna bet. And he bets over a pot-sized bet here. Vagabond not getting the right price to call, but he will make the call. Looking for a queen. All 4 queens are available. Oh, now he picks up some 8 outs. Now a queen or an 8 will make him a straight. Papi Chulo's not done betting now. And he's going to bet about another pot-sized bet. Vagabond does have the king of clubs, so probably not worried about backdoor clubs. I didn't think he should call on the flop. He's picked up more outs now. But now he's going to let it go. And Papi Chulo will show the ace.
Sometimes I know what I'm doing. Sometimes.
Ace Jack suited for Clark, and he takes it up to 15. Suited connectors for Eli. Johnny calling with the 9-8 offsuit. Don't think he would have made this call the first hour of the stream, but he's making this call the last hour of the stream. Vagabond calling as well. So the Ace Jack looking really good right now as his opponents are sharing each other's outs. And the Ace Jack looking even better, flopping top pair. Papi Clark gonna bet about half pot here. Yeah, exactly half pot. And that should get the job done. Backdoor flush draw for Eli, but he's not going to make the call, and everybody else. Oh, somebody's hand did not get scanned. Alejandro, Alo, what does he have? Okay, he has an ace as well. The last ace actually coming up, as T-Rich also folded an ace. So Alo's hand did not get scanned initially. He does have some chop outs you can see on the top. He has more chop outs now. A king, a queen. Ooh, big bet here from Papi Clark. Yeah, it's going to be too much for him to call, especially with a 7 kicker. So CNC up over $1,000, $1,300 to be exact. T-Rich, the 767. Vagabond now in the red, about $100. Looks like everybody limping here. Limping is pimping. Interesting raise here from Alo. 4-3 offsuit. Gets T-Rich to fold the suited ace-5. The ace-5, the new ace-king. Orange is the new black. Ace-5 is the new ace-king. But not for T-Rich. So 5 ways to the flop we go. Wild 104 in the pot. And it's going to come king high, 2 clubs. Papi Chulo with the king. CMC with the 10. And Papi Clark with the straight draw. Five changes nothing. Well, it does mean that Corpus Christi drew and Alo drawn dead now. And Papi Chulo going to be betting his king here. 45, just under half pot. Might get looked up from Papi Clark. Might get looked up from CMC. CMC with the 10 with 2 flush draws out there. But he is up over 1,000. Now he's going to let it go. And Papi Chulo's going to take it down. Yeah, so we have Chris Wade tuning in from Wichita, Kansas. 0 degrees. Feels like -6. No, thank you. And then Phony Turgeson making a comment that the cold air is good for the superchargers. In a previous life, I was actually an announcer for NHRA. So I do know about the cold air, making the cars go faster. But I no longer live my life a quarter mile at a time. So Edinburg, not only home to the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, also home to a drag strip. There's a drag strip down here. I know the big drag strip in Kansas, granted it's not in Wichita, is in Topeka, Heartland Motorsports Park.
That's the name of my company. I play that all the time.
So Eli bluffing with the best hand here. And Papi Chulo likes the airtime. Doesn't make him look any better. Doesn't make him look any worse.
Part of the game, gentlemen. It's all part of the game. You ain't playing the game, then you can play.
So up to 80 hands. Normally we will get at least 80 hands in a stream. Tonight being no different. We might get 90 hands. Under the gun has priority. Under the gun has priority. So Corpus Christi Drew putting it on. You can see the stand taking place at 10:37. The tablet right there in the center, right in front of the dealer. $10 live strato. And we do know that Corpus Christi Drew likes to defend. Likes to defend his straddle.
Call him blind. Why not? $10. Go ahead.
Queen 10 offsuit, making the call.
Matt.
I didn't have ace queen that hand.
30.
Vagabond making the fold with the natural 9.
30. So 35 would be the call.
Papi Chulo with the ace. 10 for him to call. He's going to raise his 35. Very small raise amount here. He's going to be out of position. And Drew likes to defend his straddle. He's going to defend the straddle with the 8 deuce. And that's going to bring along the other players. Which is why he probably should have sized this up. Because now he's playing a $150 pot out of position. Open ender for Alo. And it's going to go check around. 5 on the turn. The ace high still out in front. Oh, everybody's still checking again.
Deuce.
10 coming on the turn, so Aldo get in there. Never bet his open ender, but he does get there, and it looks like he's going to put out a small bet. Really small bet. Papi Chulo lets it go. Drew acts like he's going to raise.
You gotta check it all the way down. And then
So number 10 hitting a 10 on the river.
No, he's not.
Stop.
Stop.
His 2 pairs golden. His jack.
Yeah, ace 10, bro.
His 9 is golden. His 9 is golden.
He said ace 10.
And I have ace jack.
Big 10.
He's never gonna check ace jack twice.
He is for sure.
I don't know.
It's gonna be a $10 live straddle. 10 live.
Checking ace jack twice.
So Johnny with the under the gun straddle here. He has Jack 3 of clubs. Vagabond just calling with his ace. That's going to bring along Papi Clark, Papi Chulo, Papi Eli, Corpus Christi Drew,
3 checks.
and Johnny will check his option. Johnny does have live cards. He hits the 3, but Vagabond's going to hit the 9. 2 hearts.
1 check, 2 checks. 3 checks.
Checked around the Vagabond. Bets about half pot. Looks like 35 into 60. It's actually exactly half pot, 30 into 60. Papi Chulo calling with second pair. Does that bring along Johnny? Johnny's going to be closing the action here. Johnny's going to be closing the action. He has no backdoor clubs, though. So no backdoor clubs. He's going to fold. And we are going to a turn. 4 on the turn. action on Vagabond, and he is going to continue here. Looks like $80. It is. Papi Chulo with the decision here. Has no hearts in his hand. Might put his opponent on hearts. No, he does make the fold. So will we get to hand number 90? As I said, normally the last 3 or 4 hands, some craziness happens. We do have a button straddle. Looks like $6. Eli put it on $6. High hands still going on right now, and this is one of the reasons why I think these players are going to continue to play after the stream ends. Quick raise here from CC Drew. Oh, Johnny making the call. Somebody's cards did not get scanned, so they'll rescan it and get everything reset. CC Drew raising it to 21. Johnny just calling here with the 9s. CMC coming along with the Royal Flush Draw. Eli, your straddler. Oh, he has the 2 cards that CMC needs. He's calling for sure might raise, and it's a small raise here. Does Johnny put on the back race? Johnny's not folded in 9s, but does he put on the back race? How much does he have in his stack? 2. No, he's just calling. Yeah, it's going to bring everybody else along. So we're just missing the Queen of Diamonds for a Royal Flush. I'm guessing Clark has pocket 5s here. Don't know what the second card is. But I do know we have a pot that's over $300. 5 ways to a flop. And it's going to be trips for CMC. Has the best hand. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. Trips for CMC. CC Drew with trips has a better kicker. And if you remember early on the stream, CC Drew tried to bluff CMC. It did not work. Eli doesn't know what to do with the jack here as he's facing a half pot sized bet. If he calls, CC Drew's raising. Oh, here comes, yeah, CC Drew's. He's thinking, how much am I going to raise? Maybe like 500s, make it look like a bluff? No, he just calls. Wow. Yeah, Johnny has to be done with this hand. Doesn't want to fold the 9s, but he will let it go. So huge pot building here. It's going to wind up over $1,000 pot when it's all said and done. Might be a $2,000 pot if the right card comes. An uneventful 4 on the turn. CMC has no reason to slow down here. He thinks he has the best hand, and he's going to bet big. Oh, he's going all in. Yeah, we're going to have an over $3,000 pot here. So Drew has a big smile underneath. We cannot see his smile because he is covered up with the hoodie there. But he is smiling. Huge smile. Eli has to fold here, especially once Drew calls. I do understand you peeling the card on the flop. But now stuff is getting serious, and you just have top pair. Drew is going to snap call this as soon as Eli folds. What? He's asking for a count? He can't put his opponent on jacks here. Yeah, there's the call.
Oh, fuck. You got 10-4?
So Drew.
You want to go twice, yes or no? Sure. No. Give it to
Okay,
him.
so the pot will add the 1,300 for Drew in. Hey, hold on. It's going to get cleared up.
All right.
They're redoing the hand, but this pot's going to be over $3,000. The two chip leaders at the table clashing here. They're going to run it twice.
I'm going twice.
They're going to run it twice. So there's the all-in, be the fold. Here's the, and then there's the pot. $3,500 pot here. $3,500 pot. CMC looking for a king for the outright win. Looking for a jack or a 4 to split the pot. So the dealer letting the production crew know that they're going to run it twice. You can see the two boards set up on the screen. And here we go. Oh, CMC getting lucky. And it's going to be a chop pot. I believe that was a one outer as somebody else had folded a king.
That's good PD. That's good TV right there.
Wow.
Terrible.
Wow.
Hey, we stopped it.
And Isaac's going crazy in the booth.
So I don't know if you noticed, but when CMC moved all in and Drew called and saw that Drew had the ace-8, CMC,
You folded a king.
he
That's what I want to know.
he got up.
King 6. King 6.
Sick.
It's always scary when the player that's behind gets up or puts on their backpack or starts telling you nice hand. So they will wind up chopping the pot, winning $166 each. Drew could have won a lot more than that. Does get unlucky, but he did run it twice.
Because he saw the ace and he was behind. He thought King 10 was good.
Max Payne, baby. Let's
I
go.
thought for sure King 10 was good.
Payne.
Oh, you said not really until you saw the ace.
Yeah, so the two players with over $1,500 in the stack just got it all in.
It's a big fucking bust. It's a mess.
They wind up chopping.
It's a big fuck. It's a big fuck.
Yeah.
You can have
Sure,
chips,
why
you can-
not?
You can have chips, you can have chips, you can have a folder.
Yeah.
For all you know.
4 players have over 1,000 in their stack. 2 players have over 1,500, and those 2 players just played the biggest pot of the night.
That's a scoop.
Why would you even be in that hand? Fucking around. Minimal damage. Minimal damage.
You can see CMC actually put on his jacket. He still has his jacket on.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take off, guys. See you guys.
CC Drew not deterred. He's going to continue his raisin ways
Hurry up.
as Bobby Clark limped here with the king crab.
All right, good job.
And Eli,
Appreciate it.
oh, Eli's going to fold a pocket 8s.
All right. Thumbs up.
Doesn't want to tangle with Drew.
We can go 42 times. That was good. I love that. That was good action. That was good action.
I don't like that much, guys.
That's okay. It all worked out. It all worked out. You didn't lose it.
I think we're going to get to 90 hands tonight as we have about another 10 minutes left on the stream.
It's amazing how many ways you find to be unlucky.
Georgie is convinced that in my previous life I killed little kittens because he's never seen anybody like yours.
George child killer?
Kittens. Kittens.
Oh, kid.
Not kids,
I heard
kids.
kid.
Georgie was drunk last night. He's like, bro, for sure you killed little kids in your previous life.
When
When we're
sacked
playing
a few
tournaments,
kids.
he always comes over and he's
Ace queen for CMC, just limping under the gun.
How you gonna lose
I'm
this
certain
one?
at the final table,
How you gonna lose this
or I'm
one?
home before
Plus,
the break.
yeah.
I'm home before the break.
Oh, pocket tens for T-Rich, and he's going to be raising here. I like at least 30,
Really good.
and T-Rich likes 25.
That's a good combination.
Quick call from CMC. Vagabond with the suited Jack 7. I think he's going to call. He's got 1,500 in his stack. He's calling.
Terry's calling. I have to call.
And Papi Chulo called
Be aware with what's going on.
with 10-4. Must be a truck driver. That's a big 10-4, good buddy. You can see Papi Chulo with only 6% equity right now.
Tilt.
All spades. Nobody with the spade. But now Papi Chulo can hit a 5 for a straight.
Okay, guys.
T-Rich going to continue on here. Pretty much knows that only somebody who has spades can call this bet. So he's hoping nobody has the ace or the king of spades.
Rich. Heard.
Has the overpair here. Puts out the bet. Papi Chulo. As I said, he does like the airtime. Finally announces fold.
Wish I was in all spades. If it was
Because I watched it the other day and I said, oh my God, look at all these hot guys playing this game. And I'm talking about
So production crew still has not given me the number for the last hand of the night. Like I said, we have probably about another 10 minutes to go, so I don't know if we're going to get to 90, but we'll get very close. Three players in the red, everybody else in the green. CMC up over 8,000 as we have a $10 button straddle under the gun coming from Vagabond. Action's going to be on Papi Clark. Squeezing his cards, likes what he sees, makes the call. Papi Chulo now taking a peek at his cards. And he does not like what he sees. He'll get rid of it. Eli making the call as well. Doesn't look like Corpus Christi Drew is at his seat. He got dealt in, but his cards will get mugged. I'm thinking it was Drew's hand that didn't get scanned, which is why. Yeah, you can see this hand taking place at 10:54. Yeah, so less than 10 minutes to go on the stream.
Where are things getting crazy? Is there special? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, so if one player's cards does not get scanned, the system won't show anybody's cards until everybody's cards get scanned. So I'm thinking since Drew wasn't at his seat, he didn't get to scan his cards. Vagabond has an 8. Don't know what the other card is, but we are going 5 ways to a flop, as it's going to come 6 high with 2 diamonds.
7 checks, 8 checks, 1 check, and 3 checks.
King on the turn. I don't think anybody has a king.
7 checks, 8 checks, 1 check, 2 checks.
And it's going to go check down.
8 bets, 20.
Papi Clark bluff in here. I don't think the bluff is going to work. I thought Eli would call him with the ace. All right, so we have 3 hands to go. Production crew just letting me know. Last hand will be hand 88. And I mentioned this earlier. Normally the last 3 or 4 hands, we have craziness happen. Normally. It is the witching hour of the Texas Card House stream. More like the witching quarter. Quarter hour. Oh, that's going to be a miss, Theo. So in general, depending on where you play, every place has different rules. But in general, if any of the first two cards get exposed, that is a miss, Theo. On the stream, if any card gets exposed, it is a miss, Theo. So not only was it one of the first two cards that got exposed, it was just the card in general. So that would be a miss, Theo. We'll get it reshuffled. And we are ready to go once again as Bobby Clark will let his hand go. Nope. Bobby Clark with the 9s. He's going to be raising. Looked like he folded, but he actually pulled his cards towards him.
Hell of a hand there, Keller.
Dude, nobody's going anywhere. Ain't nobody folding. Ain't nobody folding. It played out the way it played out. Thank God you just didn't
So pocket 9s versus pocket 4s versus king queen. 3 ways we go to a $61 pot. Full house for Bobby Clark. And Johnny gonna bet here. Bobby Clark hoping a 4 comes.
You know what? Exactly. I was all like, he's not betting the full house here. He's got 10-4, so be it. But I actually knew, I was like, he really had. I called on the key 10.
Oh, there's the 4.
You thought maybe you were married up?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's like the witching quarter hour.
Yeah, the king 10, which I told him that.
Yeah, Johnny's losing all his chips. Clark betting, Johnny raising. Johnny has 2. Yeah, Johnny's losing all his chips.
Phenomenal fucking hit. What a fucking flop.
What a sick turd. Like I said, I'm surprised but not surprised. I'm telling you, the last 3 or 4 hands,
Now we're playing more than
it is the
Now we're playing more than
Are you gonna let
it is the witching quarter hour. Last 15 minutes of the stream. Craziness happens.
I gotta take equipment for guys to do work. Oh, yeah, tomorrow morning.
Cut your shit, man. You ain't gonna. We're playing.
I mean, I can drive over there at 11, so I can drive over there.
So 2 more hands to go.
I woke up at 12:30 last night.
To be honest with you, I think this is the last of the craziness that we see. We had the 2 chip leaders splash in a hand not too long ago, and now we had full house versus full house, but we still have 2 hands to go. So if you're still tuning in,
And I go to sleep at midnight.
let's see the last 2 hands and if we can have any more madness.
4 or 5 hour
Well, I'm a bear. I can sleep 12 hours.
and get up
I can sleep 12 fucking hours.
Ace 9 of clubs for Papi Chulo. He's coming along, might even be raising.
Chop some wood for the fireplace.
made breakfast for 2 people. Bacon, eggs, tamales, everything.
In the morning?
No.
I've already thought about CrossFit and whatever else.
Looks like he's raising.
I don't do
Looks like 25. Pretty big raise here. Eli just calling with the jacks. The 8-4 suited coming in. CMC does fold his hand. He did take off his jacket. Vagabond coming along. And I think this is going to price in. Bobby Clark has some nice suited connectors. No, he lets him go. He just won the previous hand. I thought he might try to play his rush, but I thought wrong.
Year and a half and I'm done. Year and a half and I'm done.
What are you gonna do with yourself, Kelly? Dealing?
That's what I was doing.
Big flop for Alo as he flops a straight draw and a flush draw. Papi Chulo raised it up pre-flop. He hits middle pair, and he's going to put out the continuation bet of 60. The overpair still good, but you can see the best equity belongs to the 8-4 right now. Definitely calling. Cuts out the call.
And then he beats the turn. You gotta love life. You gotta beat these guys.
He was so confident, right?
Vagabond with the 2 overcards has a gut shot. We saw him call with a gut shot earlier, but now he's getting the pot odds to call with the gut shot. Queen of spades is gross. Queen of spades is gross. I don't think the queen of spades is coming. It's a tray. Now we got diamonds. $343 in the pot. Eli has exactly a pot-sized bet behind. $350 in the pot, $350 in the stack. Oh, and Papi Chulo not slowing down. I think if you're Eli, you have to go all in here. Yeah, he agrees. I thought we were done with the madness. The madness continues. So another $200 for Papi Chulo to call. He's going to call it off here. He's going to need an ace or a 9. Yeah, he's thinking about it. But once he figures out the math, his math isn't quite that fast right now because of the modelos, but he'll figure out the math. Yeah. There you go. He figured out the math. He's looking for an ace or a 9. If not, Eli will get out of the red with this hand. I thought he figured out the math, but I don't know how many modelos he's had. Got to carry the 1. You can literally see him counting. Like I said, he's going to make the call. He obviously knows that he's behind, but he sees how much is in the pot. He feels like an ace or a 9 would be good, and we could see that yes, indeed, the ace or the 9 is good. Check that, just the ace, as both 9s have been folded. Did he fold? Wow. That was actually a good fold. That was actually a good fold. I was joking about the modelos, but turns out the modelos gave him some superpower. So does that get Eli out of the hole? If Papi Chulo would have called, he would have been out of the hole for sure. Instead, he is still in the hole. See, he's down the $200. All right, so last hand of the night. Had a couple of all-ins. And once again, if you are still not subscribed to this channel, it is the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. We do have over 50,000 subscribers for the main channel, TCH Live Poker. This is the secondary channel. Trying to build it up, and we need your help. You can see Johnny did not rebuy. Full house versus full house. Oh, ace king for Papi Chulo. Raising it up. This is a good race. Like the race. Like the sizing. King, queen, king, queen for CMC. He likes to see flops. And he's going to see this flop. Vagabond was your straddler. That's the only reason why he's in there with the Jack 5. Now that he has to put more money in, he will get rid of his cards. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Papi Chulo checks too. He's trapping. 120 announced. I think I'm calling if I'm CMC here. Both players checking the flop. Now, CMC knows he got really lucky against Corpus Christi Drew earlier. But like I said, he has top pair. He makes the call. Looking for a queen. There's still 2 queens left. Oh, straight draw gets there. This might save CMC some chips. Any 4 or any 9 for you San Francisco fans out there makes the straight. Papi Chulo announces 200. Let's see if CMC folds. This is actually a good run out for him. He thinks it's a bad run out, but this is a good run out. A lot of 2-pair combinations. Set combinations. CMC the big winner of the night. The only question is he going to save $200 here on the final hand of the night? Phony Turgeson to remind everybody, show us some love. Oh, CMC's going to lose $200 on the last hand of the night. He's going to see the bad news. So I think we're only going to have 1 player in the red when all this is said and done. 1 player that is still currently at the table. We had 3 players lose multiple buy-ins. So this last hand, let's see if it flashes up here. We got the reset. Yeah, no, it's not going to reset, but that'll... Here we go. All right, final tally. A big winner was T-Rich. So CMC would have won 1,000 for the night if he doesn't make that call. Yeah, Vagabond and Eli winding up in the red. Everybody else in the green. That'll wrap things up tonight. T-Rich, your big winner tonight by $9.